Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to Paul Ricard in the south of France above the Mediterranean Sea for another beautiful day. And it is the Kennol GT Endurance Cup headlining our final race of this Ultimate Cup weekend. First round of 6 after Paul Ricard, we go to Magny-Cours, Mugello, Spa-Francorchamps, Navarra and Portimao. And that is not a great start to the day. Is that one of the RS01s, the Toyotas? I hope not, because they were absolutely, I was going to say, on fire yesterday, but that's probably not the right term to use. Now that is going to be a real shame. That is, it's the 47. Well, yeah, it's the Renault RS01. Oh, that's absolutely gutting on the outlap as well to the grid. Not great at all. Well, we're going to take a little wander down the grid. We'll bring you the entire lineup a little bit shortly. We did have the 3 qualifying sessions yesterday, for which make up the average of those 3 qualifying times, give you your grid time. Starting on pole is going to be David Bertoccio and Muller in the M Racing Ligier JS2. The big competition is going to be between the Category 1 cars and the Porsche Cup. There's 7 Porsches. And we have 8 Category 1 cars. We've got 2 in the light and 3 on a 1 in the Category 4. That's the Triple Eight, the Saint-Peugeot Racing, Porsche 992, all of the Porsches of the 992 Cups. Also got the Vortex, 3 Vortex on the grid. One of them is on the second row. That is the defending runner-up in series last year. The Gomez brothers, who own the Vortex franchise, or business, I should say. Schumacher GP with the Lambo Super Trofeo. They start on the second row of the grid. And if you are brand new to Ultimate Cup Series racing this year, a especially warm welcome to you, because we're warm on the grid. 22 degrees here in the south of France. And we are not far away. I make it maybe 10 minutes until race start, and maybe a little bit longer. I think the Clios overran slightly, who were on track prior to our last race of the weekend. It is a 4-hour race for the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. In the 6 rounds of the series, there are 4 4-hour races and 2 6-hour races. The GT Endurance Cup, their first 6-hour race is next month at Magny-Cours. They'll have another at Navarra in October. Everything in between 4 hours. We had the 6 hours for the Endurance Prototype Cup last night. An interesting end to competition. Finally got away around about 11:30 midnight local time. It's the first time this weekend we've actually seen some cloud in the sky, which is a bit of a reprieve, because it has been super, super hot. But it's a busy grid. Fans, drivers, mechanics making their last few tweaks. A few taking some nice photos as well. 18 cars on the grid. Everything from Porsches, the Renault RS01s. Got Mercedes AMG, just 1 car in the Category 4 racing today. That's the Mercedes AMG of the Blue Harbour team. Got a couple of BMW M2s in the light category. But coming out on top yesterday, it was the M Racing team of Bertoccio, Muller and David. They set a combined or average time in qualifying of 2:03.716, which is 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else. Now, there are 4 mandatory pit stops in this 4-hour race, and there are going to be refueling stops as well. You cannot refuel and have a mandatory stop at the same time. So you will often see cars come in twice in succession on consecutive laps. One will be a mandatory, potentially, most likely a driver change too, but not always. They'll come back pretty much to then refuel. And hopefully the refuel has been fixed from last night. That caused quite a lot of interest. shall we say. Now, from last season, if we were to look at the overall championship standings, in the scratch, which is everyone combined, it was Pagnay and Bouvet for the Visium team, who do not rejoin us this year on the grid, so no more Visium. We do have the Vortex team of the Gomez brothers, who finished second in the scratch, and they were second naturally in the UCS1.
68 driver Gregory Bertocco. Gregorio, you are in the pole position. It's a good way to start the season. What's your feeling right now?
I'm really happy to be here right now, and I would like to see what this car can do at the end of the race, because it's a new car, new project, and I'm really happy to take part of this. So see you soon, guys, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good race.
Thank you so much.
So when we can, we will jump in and out of conversations with our grid sitters. So that was Gregorio Bertocco, silver driver for the 68M racing team, and their Ligier heard their new car, new project, and they've stuck it on P1. What a great way to start the season. Now, are we missing Yeah, so you'd have noticed there that spot missing on the front row. That should have been the Craft Racing Renault RS01, but we saw the in the opening pictures of this broadcast, the smoke coming out of it somewhere on track. Let's hope that can, over the next few minutes, make its way to the grid. Otherwise, it'll be starting from the pit lane. If it can start at all, got our 5-minute board. So you'll see, so that's a great view. People slowly start to vacate the start-finish line. We do love a drone, don't we? So we'll be starting at about 1:05 local time. Only 5 minutes later than the actual schedule, considering we've had Legends cars on the track this morning, a couple of Clios, also had TCR Spain, their second race of the weekend, a few hours ago. So it has been a busy morning, but it's all been leading up to the Kennol GT Endurance race 1 of the season. And some last few photos being taken. That's in front of one of the Porsches down there. The first 5 cars on the grid, all in the category UCS1. The Ligier, a couple of Renaults, the Vortex and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. But there is still no Craft Racing Renault on that front row. There is another one. There's they've brought 2 of them. So the team of Luminier, Marchix and Papin do start on row 3. That is the Chazelle Technology Porsche 992 Cup. Starting in the driving seat, Alain Iacono. Looking focused. And the doors still open. Last bit of fresh air for probably the next hour and a half they're going to experience. Three minutes to race, and already we've seen a temperature increase by 0.2 degrees just over the last 10 minutes. We should be hitting the heat of the day now, just after 1 o'clock. It was predicted around about 21, 22 degrees. Now, the mandatory pit stops, again, if you're new to the series, they vary. There are combination handicaps or driver composition handicaps. So if you've got, for example, 2 bronze drivers, no penalties at all. However, if you've got 2 silver drivers, you're looking at a 59-second additional stop time against what the standard driver changeover time is or mandatory pit stop. So you will see cars drive away down the track, but they will be reeled back in on those mandatory stops. And as you get deeper into the race, you can't really tell the story of what's happening until the last hour or so, and then it all starts to fall together. But there will be tactical differences in how they line up their drivers. You'll generally see bronze drivers going out first. The reason for that is often most likely time for a safety car is in the opening sort of 10, 20 laps of a race. However, that was thrown on its head last night when we had a major issue with half an hour to go. And anybody that saved platinum drivers in the Endurance Prototype Cup, that does not work out to their favour at all. Most notably, Neil Yanni, the platinum driver, the only one on the grid at the time, was in for the last hour. He got about 20 minutes of racing, and then it was pretty much done. 1 minute start. They'll spend one lap under the safety car before we go racing. First time this season. Engines on. All your team members and our officials will leave the track. I'm very interested if we can get any vision at all on that Renault RS01. He should be on the front row, because that is going to be a major play into the hands. You can see on the left-hand side there, the green Lamborghini Super Trofeo of the Schumacher GP team. Malherbe starting in that one. Only classified as a bronze driver earlier on this morning. But that is some clean air for the Super Trofeo and the number 25 car team. Silver, sorry, Fabio Malherbe was classified as this morning. Now, the chaps on pole, Gregorio Bertocco in the driver's seat, and then Ivan Muller and Jean-Christophe. They're a gold, silver, bronze team. So yes, be at the front, but they will have the biggest penalties. Right, let's go through the grid. Bertocco starts on the M Racing Ligier JS2 on pole. There is no Ricard in the Craft Racing RS01. It is a one-car front row of this grid. The Gomez brothers in the Vortex 2.0 in third position. Joining them, Malherbe in the Schumacher GP Super Trofeo. On row 3, the Craft Racing Renault RS01, Luminier in the driving seat. Then the first of our Porsches, the Porsche 992 of Sablejo Racing, Vince taking the wheel. On the 4th row, it is Leandre, another Sablejo Porsche 992, and Plessis will take hold of the Loca Racing 992. Porsches again on row number 5, Vachinsky in the R Racing 992, and Calandini in the M Racing Ligier. A pair of Porsches on row number 6, Demagog for the Racing Technology 992, and the Chazal Technology piloted by Poulon. In row number 7, Escalier in the Blue Harbour Mercedes AMG, the only Class 4 on the grid. And then the two light category cars, it's the BMW M2s for E2P Racing. Joining them on row number 8 is the Vortex 2.0 of Bonnell and the Aranov Guillaume Burrell team on the back row in their Vortex 2.0 alongside the last Porsche of Chazal Technology, Yakno, behind the wheel. That is your starting grid. It is a one-car front row. Couldn't have gone any better for the M Racing team. Fastest in qualifying with an average time of 2:03.716. They've got 5 more corners under the safety car. And then we go racing. Keep your eye on the green Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Qualified in 3rd, but clean air towards the first corner. The Vortex 2.0 car, the Vortex team. The Gomez brothers, they are behind the Ligier. So Ligier, Lamborghini, Vortex, Renault, Porsche are the first 5 cars. They snake their way round the last couple of corners, and then it will be foot to the floor. And you can say 4 hours of racing. How important is the first couple of corners? Very. Get your car safe. You had 6 cars drop out of the race last night in a 35-car field. We start with 18. There'll be one more sharp right-hander, and they'll find themselves on the start-finish straight, turn number 15. This is the 2026 season of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, round 1 at Paul Ricard. On the front row, the Ligier JS2. We're underway. Here we go. Keep your eye on the Lamborghini row 2, piloted by Loeb for the Schumacher GP team, and they do go. Is it straight to the front? It's going to be the left-hander on the outside. No, but holds off, but into second position from third. The Vortex drops down to third. But out in front, the Ligier JS2, Proto at the wheel for the M Racing team. They come towards the trio of corners 3, 4 and 5 for the first time. 4 hours of racing we're about to see. The Ligier leads. The Super Trofeo into second. The Vortex drops the third for Team Vortex. But a perfect start for M Racing and the team of David, Potoko and Muller. For the first time down the Mistral Straight. 2 kilometres you can see up the road, but the chicane at 8 and 9. Pauses the speed just momentarily. 2/3 down it. And there's our Mercedes AMG first sight, the only car in the Group 4 category. And that is the top end. They climb 50 metres in elevation along the full length of the Mistral Straight before Seniors. Then the long right-hander of Bouzet. Full of G-forces around there before 12 Bendor, Village and Tor. And it's actually the Vortex out in front of Gomez. My mistake, so what a start from Gomez. Here comes back again the Ligier on the inside of the Super Trofeo, goes wide though, gonna lose a couple of tenths, holds on. But it is an incredible start. Gomez in the Vortex. Once again, the Super Trofeo comes up along the inside of the Ligier, doesn't do it this time. Behind them you see the Renault RS01 in the yellow and black. So Craft Racing have moved from 5th up to 4th place. In fact, no, there was no Renault RS01 for the second Craft Racing car. Of course, no change in their position other than on the grid. Vortex, Ligier, Lamborghini, Renault, Porsche, your top 5 cars. I'd love to see that start again. Launched from Gomez, one of the brothers that owns the Vortex team. And look, gap in already. The Lamborghini's come through. Is that an issue for the Ligier? They've dropped down 2 positions. The Renault's gone through as well. So the pink and baby blue of the Ligier gone from 1st to 4th right now. And behind them is Leandri in another Porsche. Then the other Vortex. Hang on a second, is that right? So it looks to me that Philippe Bonnell in the 21, who started 16th on the grid, is up to 5th, 6th. That is an incredible start. So 4 Category 1 cars in the top 4 positions. First of the Porsches, Jean-Mathieu Leandri in the 920. That's the Saplejeau Racing Porsche 992. 17, that's another of the Porsches, the RR Racing by Racetivity. Daniel Wachinski at the wheel, their bronze driver. And Arnaud Gomez, 3.5 seconds he's put into the lead now. Porsches. Daniel Wachinski in the 17 in front of them, in the 888, that's Anthony Vince. And then he'll have in front of him Anthony Plessis in the 82. That's the 3 Porsches in vision right now. They're racing for 7th, 8th and 9th position on track. Oh, the Lambo's dropped down. To 4th position, so Batoko's got back through. They're chopping and changing, aren't they? And there's some distance between. So the Porsche all over the back of the Super Trofeo. And that is Jean-Mathieu Leandri in the silver Porsche. In front of him, Fabio Malerba in the Lamborghini. Malerba's teammates Bruno Malerba and Leo Boulet. Now, some teams will only have 2 drivers, such as the Vortex brothers, Gomez and Gomez. So, if you're wondering how their pit stops work, they will, well, the qualifying first of all, one of them would have done 2 times, and it just means the penalties are slightly different if you've got a 2-man team. And they are both bronze drivers. So, in fact, they will have no penalties at all, no handicaps whatsoever during driver changeovers. That's the Renault RS01. All over the back of the Vortex. So, Arnaud Gomez did play a lead of 3.5 seconds, and now it's back to, well, what do you call that? It's officially 0.2. So I wonder what happened there. Or was the RS just in a bit of traffic waiting to get through and this was all built up anyway? But they're pulling away from Gregorio Batoko in the Vortex. Oh, sorry, in the Ligier. That's the green and blue car right there. A little bit further back, you saw the green of the Lamborghini. So 1.6 seconds only between each top 3 cars on lap number 4. Then a gap back to the Lambo and the Porsche. Leandri all over the back of Malerba for 4th and 5th. Keep your eye on this one, though. Yesterday, these Renaults were absolutely rapid, and we're gutted to miss the second Craft racing car, which was on, should have been on the front row. And through goes the Renault. And for the first time, they move to the front of the grid. And then here comes the Ligier. It's all coming back together. So we are Jimmy Lunier in the Renault RS01, Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex, so in the Ligier, who started on pole. And they'll come over the start-finish line pretty much together. And Jimmy Luminet in the Renault will be your new race leader. All these cars in the Category 1. And the Category 1 cars are GT3s or the Vortex 2.0s. Now, officially, if you were to look at the categorization of cars on the Ultimate Cup website, the UCS Group 2 are the Super Trofeo Evo and the Evo 2. But today that is classed as the Lamborghini Super Trofeo is in the Group 1. The Group 4 is for the GT4s. There is no Group 3, but it would be for Ferrari Challenge and Vortex 1.0s. Got the UCS Light category, which is for Alpines, Ligier, JSRs, and the Porsche Cup for, you get it, all the Porsches. And look at Jimmy Lumiere go. Bronze driver in that Renault. And all he was waiting for was some clean air, and now he's got it. He's moving away. Started off with the 3rd row in 5th place, or 4th if you'd escaped the missing Craft Racing Renault. So doing it for himself and his teammates and the sister car. And there you got the Ligier all over the back of the Vortex. Still keen to understand what happened with that 3.5 second lead. Here's a chance. Down the start, finish straight. Just moving out of the toe. The Ligier to the outside. Lamborghini and the Porsche. Bit of a gap between those two now. Gomez holding off Batoko for the time being. That's the race for 2nd and 3rd. Just see the Renault go through. Again, building that gap up to 3 seconds now, the advantage at the front. But at the moment, this is about the Ligier and the Vortex in front of you. Ana Gomez and Gregorio Batoko. Batoko, who started on pole position. Can have a look on the inside, and Batoko retakes 2nd place over Arnaud Gomez as they go through turns 8 to 9, and they'll carry on at the Mistral Straight. But as Jimmy Lumiere moves away in the distance, he comes through in his Renault, whipping round turn 10. And then we see the Ligier ahead of the Vortex. And already gapping the long right-hander on turn number 11. So let's go back to the Lamborghini. Oh, Fabio Malerba holding off Jon Mathieu Leandri in the Porsche. And that's the battle for 7, 8 to 9. Anthony Plessis, Anthony Vince and Daniel Wojcinski. Wojcinski, the amateur driver, the only, 2 amateurs on track right now. Also Alan Giacono in the 94. That's another of the Porsches. Looking at last year's official rankings, we did have a couple of Group 3 cars last year, not in 2026 yet. Of course, there's 6 rounds. Some teams will drop in and drop out, but not do a full season. And the Porsche Cup last year was won by the GP Racing team, who do not race in 2026 as of yet. They actually took the top 2 spots in 2025. 3 cars, actually. They took a 4th position as well with, Loeb. Fantastic. In the team competition, it was GP Racing team. Then Chazelle Technology, runners-up last year. They've got two cars in the 93 and the 94 racing in the Porsche Cup. Vortex team took third in 2025. Out of Visium and Driving. And in the UCS1, Visium took first and third. It's a three-man team, but Iannetta didn't do as many races as his teammates Bouvet and Pagny, so they took the overall win. Gomez and Gomez brothers took second place, so looking to improve on that UCS1, but of course they've got the Ligier and the Renaults for the first time this year. I don't think there were any Renaults last season in this championship. Gap to the top, out to 3.8 seconds for Luminier and the Renault, then 3 seconds again back to Arnaud Gomez. The closest racing on track is still Fabio Malerba in the Lambo and Leandri in the Porsche. They're racing for 4th and 5th on track, of course. Leandri racing, yes, but in a different category. Racing for the Porsche Cup as well as the overall scratch. Beautiful car, that, isn't it? I don't care what colour you put a Lamborghini in. There might be some traditionalists and colours. As long as it's not red, any colour just looks fantastic. The more luminous, the better. But even a matte black looks wonderful, doesn't it? Leader of that pair, Anthony Plessis. Behind him, Anthony Vince. Racing for 7th and 8th. Not far behind, just coming into the bottom of your picture there. Danielson in the Porsche Cup. He's racing for the RR Racing by Race team. Distinctive with the McDonald's logo on the door. Oh, there's a spin. We'll come back to that. Just look at another vision. We've had a spin out. We'll come to it. It is, I think it was it Arnaud Gomez as a yellow flag in sector number 3? It was, oh, I just saw a flash of it. I think it might have been Gregorio Bertocco, who was running in second. I know he's still second, 22. It might have been Arnaud Gomez. It just flashed across the screen. I'm trying to look at the map as well. Who's lost time? It was around turn 11 that they spun out. I think they must have rejoined fairly promptly. But there was definitely a 360 in there. Porsches, Plessis and Vince in the Loca Racing 82 and the Sablogeau Racing 888. Plessis has just got his second infringement for track limits. If there's 3, they'll get, and Wojcinski's just got the same second track limits. So that's Vince. In front of him in the silver is Anthony Plessis. 1 more track limits and he'll lose 5 seconds at the next pit stop. Or added to the end, actually. It can vary. And that is a great race between the Porsches. Loca v Sablogeau Racing. And he's gone around the outside. That's a lovely move into turn number 8. Just holds off. That was very nearly a switch-ins, but saw the danger that was coming. Saw a flash of blue there. I'm not sure why, because they are racing on track. And blue is move out the way for back markers. Not sure who's coming up behind. The gap at the front is 3. So the Ligier of Bertocco gaining a little bit of ground, the same gap back to, oh, Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex has dropped right back. 7 seconds now behind the Ligier. First 4 cars still all catching. So this is the most intense battle on track we've got right now. And this is to be second and third in the Porsche race, because Jan-Mathieu Leandri is still leading up the road in 5th. Daniel Wojcicki crosses the line for the team. And through turns 1 and 2. He's got an absolute mirror. Absolute. 20 minutes in, we're on lap number 10. It's Jimmy Luminier in the Renault RS04 Craft Racing. The Ligier is in second from pole on the grid. Gregorio Bertocco in the 68 for M Racing team. And Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex, the car number 22. And that is a very slow-moving BMW. Lamborghini strolls past it. Fabio Malherbe still in 4th place as well. Yes, it did. So Jan-Mathieu not held up by the BMW. We've got 2 BMW by E2P Racing. And they're right. Their tow in this series did the tow in the water, at least at the end of last year. But hopefully running a full season. I'd love to see some more light cars in there, make it a bit more competitive. Also got the Mercedes AMG, which you've not really set eyes on yet. AMG GT4 of the Blue Harbour team by Sarah. Simon Escalier at the wheel of that, of that one. And he's the only Group 4 car on track. So if you're just joining us, shame not to have our front row sitter. Enzo would have started on 2nd place, but it left a upon the front for Bertocco. But it was Gomez who jumped to the front for the Vortex. And right now, it is the Renault in 5th, Jimmy Luminier. In the first 10 laps, we had different leaders. Now, Plessis in the 82, that's an all-bronze pairing alongside Clem Charpentier. And Vince in the 888, that is a bronze-silver lineup, 3-man car for them. So it stays as tight as it is towards the first driver changeover, which we're not expecting just yet. That's a lovely move on the inside. One of the Vortexes on the Porsche, the 17, so is Philippe Bonnel in the 21, which sends Daniel Wojcicki wide, the amateur driver, the Porsche number 17 for RR Racing. So Philippe Bonnel will move up to 8th place. The other Vortex team currently in 10th, so they'll be the next to try and find some space to move past Wojcicki, but they're 7 seconds down the road. Such a distinctive looking car, isn't it? And still this fight continues for 6th and 7th position on track between Plessis and Vince in the two Porsches. With every single corner, maybe just working out, okay, where do I make my move? Where am I a little bit faster? Well, I think they're absolutely identical. The Vortex, the number 22. Was that 22? Well, that's the Mercedes. The first time we've seen the Mercedes, I think, the AMG. And they're running in 15th position on track. And our Gomez is just lapping in the 22, running 3rd on track himself. And that was the Renault, one of the Porsches. So it is the back markers. There's the Ligier in seconds. He'll have to make his way through those back markers as well. The back markers are the more team, and would have been also, I think, in the Mercedes, didn't we? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Gomez went. Patocchio went through. 6.8 seconds for the leader, Ligier in the Renault go. And these got cars in between too. So coming in to the pits for the nice car in, Anthony Vince. He's had enough of looking at the back of Anthony Plessis. He said, "No, let's do a change." So Anthony Vince and the 888 goes in. They will have a silver bronze car, which will give them a 20-second handicap. Now bear in mind, the car they were racing, Anthony Plessis, who for some reason on the timing screen has dropped a position when Anthony Vince went in, which doesn't sound quite right. That will correct itself, I'm sure. Competition in front, they have 0 penalty, gain 20 seconds of track time. That's Gregory Bertocco going past one of the Porsches, not racing full position on track. He is still trying to chase down Jimmy Luminier, but that gap is now 10 seconds. His lead in position number 1. Fabio Bilarba also gets through a couple of, don't want to call them back markers, that's not quite fair, because they're all racing in their own competitions. The Porsches not racing the Lambos, really. Jean-Mathieu entry. But in general, the category 1s should be ahead of the Porsches. Then you throw in the mix of the handicaps, and it all kind of goes out the window sometimes. So eyes on Jimmy in the 29 tearing it up. What was their average time yesterday? And that Renault was 2:07. But the team, so Ligier in qualifying was a 2:02, Marchik's a 2:07, and Papin a 2:13. So they have put their fastest driver by some way out first. 2:07 was the average. So 2:02 in qualifying. His fastest time so far is 2:04, but you got a full tank of fuel here. Just going past one of the two BMWs. And in front of him, he'll also have the 93 to take over as well. That'll be one of the Porsches, Benoit Poulain, one of our two amateurs on the track. There's our Mercedes AMG. And the GT4, Category 4, only one of them racing today. So we're back out on track with the 888. They have dropped down to 15th position, but they're the only team that have pitted so far. Simon Escalier, there is going to be a driver change. So it will be Anthony Le Goff taking charge of the Blue Harbour by Sarah Mercedes. Who's going to be the first of our leaders to dive into the pits? And that is still the Lamborghini of Malherbe holding off the Porsche of Leandri for 4th place on track. That now becomes, I think, our closest racing we have. Everyone else a little bit spread out. So that is a race for position. Some traffic to get through in a couple of corners' time. The traffic will come in the way of the Racing Technology Porsche. Then 3 turns' time, they'll be on the start-finish straight. That will be the best opportunity. So a silver Porsche in front, a silver one behind. Oh my goodness! That was a little bit tight. Right-hander onto the start-finish. And looks like Leandri's just been obscured a little bit by the fellow Porsche. Does get through eventually. But will lose a few tenths on the Lamborghini in front. That'll be a frustration, because he was ever so close. So Malherbe getting the better of the traffic management leading up to the start-finish straight. And the gap was 0.8, it's now 1.45. So yeah, about just over half a second lost in that traffic. That is Jean-Mathieu Leandri at the wheel. Okay, more traffic. So Anthony Plessis in the 82 and the Vortex behind. That is for racing, that's for racing position. Philippe Bonnel in the 21, one of our 3 Vortex cars. So 2 lots of actual racing. We've got close racing on track for position. Quick glimpse there of Daniel Wachinski in the 17 for RR Racing. Philippe Bonnel chasing Anthony Plessis for 6th and 7th position. That's a mean-looking sight in your rearview mirror, isn't it? Both of those guys bronze drivers. Philippe Bonnel's been racing in this since the early iterations of the V2V and the Funyo Challenge since 2017. Been racing in Vortexes since 2019 though, in the Dubai 24. And with Cyril Camon, won the GTX 24 series title. Jean-Mathieu Leandri, what's the gap now? Still 2.9 seconds now back from the Lamborghini. Crossing the line, quick glance of Anthony Vince. Lamborghini in the pits. First of our leaders to pit then, Fabio Malherbe. Held every position from 1 to 5, I think, at some point. Oh, we got a spinner at one of the BMWs. So we've got yellow in sector 1. Oh, that's not getting going. Oh, yes, it is. So one of our 2 BMWs. The M2 CS Cup cars. Can't tell if that's 58 or 61. But they are sister teams for the E2P Racing. Never quite say that right. Racing up the hill, Jean-Mathieu Leandri in the Porsche behind him. The Vortex. No, that's the, forgive me, that is the, we had to position now, the Ligier of Pierre-Olivier Candini. They started in 10th position, the 2 of the M Racing Ligiers, hence my just slight confusion a moment ago. And currently running in 12th, not pitted yet. I imagine, oh, for a moment, oh, he has got through. Yes, I was just about to say, I thought he had got through. So, Jean-Mathieu Leandri, finally... no, because Malherbe went into the pits. Hang on a second. This is where things get a bit confused. Oh, clean the windscreen. Nice one. So, although he pitted, Fabio Malherbe has come... It might not be Malherbe in the car, actually. Just wait one moment. It might be... They are well, they're a 3-man team. Surely Malherbe's done for the day. Also got Bruno Malherbe and Leo Boulet. Not seen too much of the car 94. That's the Chazelle Technology Porsche. Sugliano, Iacono and Lip in their team with 2 AMs and a silver. That's quite rare for the Team 94. It is still Fabio Malherbe. No, hang on. Oh dear, that is a massive lockup. Is that into 8, isn't it? How to turn 8? Yes. And left a lot of smoke for the Ligier to deal with. The 11 of Jean-Francois Demorge, the Racing Technology team. We'll find out in a moment who's in that car of the Lamborghini. They cross the start-finish line around about now, and it is. Well, it's still not Their tracker's working because I can see them on track. Or the responder, call it what you like. So 36, the M Racing car of Pierre-Olivier Calendini, who started, so handing over to either Guillaume Mallard or Olivier Plat. We'll get on to Olivier Plat when he gets in the car. So the Renault still leading, still Jimmy Luminier. He is their fastest driver by a fair bit. So getting this in a 14-second lead now over the Ligier of Gregorio Bertocco. Fabio Malherbe in the Lamborghini, now in for a refuel, I believe. What you'll see quite often, or almost every time, is when a driver pits in, they'll pit again the following lap to do their refuel, because you can't do them both at the same time. They're on different parts of the garage layout. Other tracks you might see the refueling at the beginning or the end of the pit straight, but not here. You go for a gap, quite a unique gap in between the garages. Halfway down the garages you'll see a very short-lived yellow flag in sector 3. Might have been a short spin. So a few cars in the pits at the moment. Coming back out, the Vortex 22, the 94, that's the Chazot Technology Porsche on their way out. The Ligier 36, we saw them sat stationary in the pits. Coming in is the 61, the second of the two BMWs. Fabio Malherbe officially still somewhere in a pit, either refueling or garaging. They've dropped down from the top 4 to 11th at the moment, but they are the only team to have pitted twice so far. The top 3 cars on track have not pitted once yet. Luminier, Bertocco and Leandri. The Renault, the Ligier and the Porsche. They've got Vortexes in 4th and 5th position as one comes in. So that will be the 21 Vortex making its way in. Philippe Bonnell was at the wheel. He might not be shortly. Now, I feel like I'm a bit concerned about the Lamborghini here, because they have been in that pit for a long time. So unless their first stop was for fuel and the second one is their changeover, they do have a penalty because they have, it was, I'm not sure, Bruno Malherbe's driver category, actually. Well, here's a bit of racing competition. Regis Rigo de Sebes in the 17, that's the blue Porsche, leading that 1, 2, 3. Thought there was 5 there, blimey. He's in the 17, the blue car in the front. Then you've got Lucas Sugliano in the 94 Porsche. Then you've got the Ligier of Pierre-Olivier Calendini. At the back, there's another Porsche in front, so that will be... is that the 920? If so, that's terrible, terrible traffic. Because that would be... there's two, almost like two identical silver Porsches, and unless I can see the number, I can't pick it up, and they're too close to track on the map as well. All the numbers overlap each other. That Lamborghini is still in the pits. Inside for the Vortex, gets the job done, and oh, does the double, lovely jubbly. Have a bit of that onto the start-finish straight. 2 for the price of 1. And Regis Rigo de Sebes lost 3 positions there in the blink of an eye. All right, the Lambo is on its outlap. What happened there, I don't know, but they are now 3 laps down from the front of the field. I'll try and do some background research. Four of our top 5 cars still yet to pit. The only car in the top 5 that has pitted is the Vortex of the Gomez brothers. And that is a very, very slow-moving Lamborghini Super Trofeo that has got problems. It spent an absolute age in the pit lane, and I don't like that speed at all. Coming back in again for the 3rd time. Oh dear. Started on the 2nd row of the grid. Got a fantastic start. Was playing around in the top 4 for the first, 15 laps. And something happened at the pit stop, or something caused the pit stop. And that is a very poorly car. Beautiful, but poorly. Up on the hydraulics, driver's door comes open, mechanics will rush around. They're going to go for a tyre change. I thought it might have been a flat front left, but they're so low profile, it's difficult to see. So, oh, they're changing the rear as well. And team manager for the 25, the Super Trofeo, been asked to report to the race director immediately. No, I won't speculate. I won't do that. This is the Ligier of Gregorio Badoko, yet to pit after on the 23rd years. Approaching the first hour of our 4-hour race. Renault will do a move on the inside of one of the rear Porsches. There'll be at least 3 more cars, 4 cars in front of him to do some work on as well. And that was, I think that was Anthony Plessis. No, that would make it over a lap difference between the top 5 cars already. Which, yeah, might be the case with pit stops and non-pit stops. That is Anthony Plessis, running in 5th on track. Yeah, so he's a lap down on the leader because Jimmy Luminier is only about 100 metres in front of him on track. There is our leader. Let's take a look at the Renault RS01. He is their fastest driver, so getting the big stint in first, and respectfully, the next 2 drivers will probably lose a bit of time over the course of the race, so this lead very important. I mean, it's only 14 seconds. There's a massive difference between the top couple and the rest of the field. Let's try and get an actual time check on third position. Felix Crepet in the 920. So Saplejeau Racing Porsche is third on your timing screen, but it's a pit out lap, so I think Olivier Gomez in the Vortex will jump up in just a moment. That's a great viewing spot, isn't it? So yeah, I do believe, so in third place, Olivier Gomez, just waiting for these screens to sort of come over the start-finish. So Jimmy Luminier leads by 14 seconds, and then Olivier Gomez is just shy of 2 minutes down. He's running in third place. However, he is the only driver of that top three to have completed a mandatory pit stop. So those. Okay. A full. The drivers that we know overtaking. Generally, yellows. But something's got. But they'll reduce to at least half speed. And they will round. So good chance to grab a drink or a snack if you're intensely watching. It's a romantic trip to Paul Ricard, isn't it? Now these can start a couple of minutes, they can sometimes last 10 or 20. I can't see a reason. Plenty of cameras out on track, we'll get somewhere. Meanwhile, that's one of the Vortex of our leader, in front only because at least one lap behind. The Lamborghinis are back out on track. Running down in 6th and second from last place, sadly. Tick down, racing again. Wow, what was all that about? We shall short-lived. Hello. So they back up to full speed. The Frenchman, yes, for crying. The Renault won. And behind him is the car of Boris Gimon, the Vortexes. That car behind him is in 7th position and over a lap down. I think it's 2 laps down. In the 82 Porsche, pit the Loca Racing team. Other M Racing Ligier, who has never quite got just yet in the Formula 68. Cars, the 36 and by M Racing, both racing for pride, not necessarily position. Every move is good for the CV and the show reel afterwards. Not going to have it though, will they? So that 36 is class Vortex team. So I'm going to call it, we've lost both Renaults. We know the first one on the opening lap, or not even on the opening lap, the out lap. Jimmy Luminier has been in the pits for about half an hour now, 10 laps down on the grid. Still going, a 6 lap down is the Mercedes, the only car in category 4 of Simon Escalier and the Blue Harbour team. Anthony Legault. Has Simon Escalier been in that car the entire time so far? Because he started in the Mercedes, and maybe they're doing 2 and 2, 2 hours each. Very feasible. Both of them silver drivers. And then, who else? A few cars 5 laps down. The 2 BMWs, the 2 sister cars in the light category. And then Bruno Malherbe in the Lamborghini. Maybe he is still going again. He's 11 minutes 50 down on the leader. Oh, God. He was 10 seconds down for the opening dozen or so laps. That's painful to see. A couple of Ligiers running at the back after... How did they get there? So the Ligiers have started on pole position. The 68 is now down to 12th, and they've only done 2 pit stops. So where was their fall from grace? In fact, Bruno Malherbe, who's pitted 5 times, and ironically was racing against the 68 for the opening stages, they are now battling for 12th and 13th. So, after all those we understand all things. So, Arnaud Gomez, who started on the second row of the grid, when he jumped to the front, fell back a few places. There was several cars involved. One was the battle of 4 or 5. First half an hour. There has been a flurry of changes over the last 25 minutes. We're 38 laps into this race. Arnaud Gomez leads by 1 minute and a second. Okay, the amateur driver racing currently for the Ligier racing team in the Porsche. So they're leading the Porsche Cup. And then 4 Porsches, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Had an absolutely fantastic time between then 2 more Vortexes and 6th and 7th. So the entire Vortex team, 3 of them inside the top 7. But the story really is, first of all, the Renaults. Jimmy Luminier, who led the race for the opening, 10, 15 laps, at least the first hour. And then, so yeah, more than that, 20 laps or so, wasn't it? Pitted on lap 26 and never appeared again. Been in the pits now with his sister car of Enzo Ricard, the 47, who never made it to the start line. They are both sat in garage, 12 laps down, Lumiere. We'll see them again, but
yes,
you do
with
finish your race
Yvan Muller, M Racing driver and M Racing owner. Yvan, I don't need to introduce you, but some words about the beginning of the race. You had a good start, and after we talk about the last pit stop.
Yeah, the first thing was pretty much like we expected. The car it's pretty good, but it's brand new. We did a check down of the brand new car just the day before to arrive here. So of course it's brand new, and is it normal? We have some small issue, but at least the car is already fast.
So it remains more than 2 hours before the end of the race. So what is the strategy for the two cars on the 68 and the 36?
But on car 36 is to take experience for the drivers, and on the car 68, now on terms of result it will be complicated to come back in the top 5, but we stay out, we take experience, and we do some mileage of the car. Like this, we will be ready completely ready for next race.
So I see you still have a casual outfit, so I guess you will finish the race.
Yeah, I will do the last hour. Gregorio Bertocco start, then Jean-Christophe went in the car for the middle 2 stints. He's the bronze driver, and I will finish.
Thank you so much, Yvan.
You're welcome.
So great to hear from the M Racing garage. So a bit of understanding there from what happened, because 68, the car 68, they were right up there, leading the race. They qualified on pole, having a great time, then really fell down during the pit stops. They've only had 2 pit stops officially, unlike the Lamborghini of Bruno Malherbe, who has had 6 of them, but still, in fact, just going for their 6th pit stop, had 5 up to that point. Interesting to hear him say the 36, who is leading the 68 now, they are just there to get some miles and get some experience. Likewise, now that he's written off chances of getting in the top 5 for the 68 car, which was the far more competitive of the 2. So if we jump back to the top of the timing grid, we got the Vortex leading for Gomez. There's the 68 on screen. We're just talking about for the M Racing car, the Ligier. Wonderful looking cars, aren't they? I mean, which of them aren't really, but so they are going to come back stronger at our next track, Magny-Cours. I knew it was in France. Magny-Cours, 28th to 31st of May. They'll be looking to make amends for the issues they've had to deal with just in the last, it seems to be the last half an hour or so. So a lot of the top cars, so that means, I mentioned the 4 cars we had racing together at the front of the pack, which was Jimmy Luminier in the Renault. It was the Lamborghini, which was started by Fabio Malherbe, and then the 68, originally piloted by Bertocco. Those 3 cars were pretty much in the top 3, and now they all reside outside the top 12. A remarkable turnaround. Hopefully we're going to get some more chats with members of garages. Let's find out who we've managed to get hold of. It will be in just a moment. On screen, one of our 2 BMWs. Just the 2 cars, the sister cars in the light category. And that is the E2P racing team. They are BMW M2 CS Cup cars. And they are running in 14th and 16th respectively. 2 of the last 3 cars on track, and the other one in between, Simon Escalier in the Mercedes AMG. It's Mercedes AMG GT4, yeah, of course it is, in the Cat 4. And it's no surprise to see those three cars down at the bottom. A lot less power than the Category 1 cars and the Porsches too. So some things have gone to plan, some things most definitely haven't. The top 6 cars now have all pitted 3 times, so that gives us a really clean look at how things really are standing. Sometimes when you've got cars in the top 5 or 10, some have done 1 change, some have done 2, some have done 3. It's so hard to tell a story, but the top 6 is naturally all pitted 3 times. You can look at that and go, yeah, they are the actual positions. A 1 minute 19 lead for Gomez and the Vortex, sitting at the top of the time board at the moment. Then 5 Porsches back to back before the second Vortex at the hands of Philippe Bonnel. The third one inside the top 10 too, Dominique Gillimont in the 20. He took over from Philippe Borel. And they've taken that car from 17th on the grid up to 9th. And in the 21, Gillimont Bonnel, they've taken that from 16th up to 7th. That's a combination of fantastic driving and fortune coming from the misfortune of others. Let's one of a look of our 2 Ligiers, the 36 of Gilles Mallard. It's coming up to turn 1. Plenty of, a couple of pit stops being made now. Who's in? Gilles Belasco in the 11. That's the Racing Technology Porsche car. One of our Vortexes. All 3 still running, all inside the top 10. There is your leader, Ana Gomez, behind the wheel. Olivier Gomez's brother, who they own the Vortex team, or co-own the Vortex team. They've done French GT4 together, won the GTX Creventic in 2021 together. GTX 24-hour of Barcelona winner. That was with Bonnel, who is in one of the other Vortex cars. Philippe, he's in the 21. And this 2.0 Vortex took its first Ultimate Cup win at Magny-Cours a couple of years ago. And the 24 Hours of Barcelona GTX win for this car. The official name is for the team is Vortex SAS. And, last year was their 10th anniversary of the team, founded in 2015. Also racing the Campeonato de España, the GT. The original Vortex 1 well, the Vortex 2 is a much more streamlined car than its predecessor. Only made its debut in 2023 in the 24-hour series. It actually took a pole on its debut in the 12 hours off Kuwait. I took its first overall win, scratch win at the this series Magny-Cours 2025. Now, we might be heading down to the garage soon, because I've got images in the garage of the Renault of Jimmy Luminier, who is actually still in the driving seat, remarkably. He's been in that garage for quite a long time. But they might make it back out. It'll be worth it, half a point, and experience, as we heard from the M Racing garage. They know they're out of it, but more miles, more testing. And that is a Vortex off the track. That is, it's not the 22. That is the 21 Vortex, which was running in was running in 7th place with Philippe Bonnel at the wheel. So that, I imagine, will have to be recovered, or is it in a safe enough position? It is right at the corner of turn 5. Here we go then. So the Vortex 22, oh no, it just came off the track. It knew something was wrong. And that is absolutely fine, I would say, to park there. Not my racetrack, but not my decision, but that looks fine to park there to me. When you know something's wrong, you just know something's wrong, don't you?
Finalement, elle était repartie, mais elle avait perdu un peu de temps. Et alors que là, on voit sur les images de notre caméra chef, la numéro 29, c'est-à-dire la Renault RS1, pardon, non pas Mégane, la Renault RS1, RS01 plus exactement, qui pourrait s'apprêter à reprendre la piste, parce qu'on a vu les pilotes, on a vu un des
So that was, I thought I might get a chat with the driver there, but that was the Renault that was leading for a lot of the first 45 minutes. Jimmy Luminier was at the wheel, lapping incredibly well. In fact, he's still got the fastest lap of the race, a 2:04.189. But that car has not moved for maybe an hour now. But they're still trying. And it's no surprise. I've been in pit lanes a lot, trying to find drivers and team managers to talk to. And often, if they're winning, doing well, they'll have a chat. 100% they'll have a chat. But if they brought two cars with them and they're both in the garage when the race is on, it's unlikely you get a conversation, to be honest. They've got more important things to do. And they're generally a little bit upset. So you put your head in the garage and you go, are we okay for a chat? and they don't even need to speak. You can tell by the eyes. And they'll go, okay, I'll come back later. I'll see you at the next round. If they're winning, walk straight up, live camera, microphone in the face. Let's go. There's definitely an art to it. The BMWs in the light series, so the E2P racing team. Are they directly racing or are they a lap apart? Let me just double check on the BMW. Oh, they are racing. Fantastic. Philippe Febvre in the 58 and Pablo Boguera in the 61. The two Spaniards, they are directly racing each other. And the Lamborghini is back out on track and it's going. That's good news. There is the 20 that we saw. I almost said in the wall. It wasn't in the wall. It was just, it stopped. That wasn't the one that stopped. There was a 21 that stopped. Yeah, it was the 21 that stopped that we saw after turn 1 and just parked up against the wall very safely. And that is the 20 which was currently being driven by Dominique Gillemay. They did start 17th on the grid of 18 cars and got themselves right back into the top 10. So, more misfortune. This time, for the first time, other than the stop, the Vortex team, up until like almost the 2-hour mark, have been making some fantastic ground. And in the last 10 minutes, it's all been wiped away. So, right now, the Vortex team, all their hopes and dreams are pinned on the owners, Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, who lead by a bit of distance, must be said. And it's actually looking very, very good because still the top 6 cars have all had 3 stops. And anybody outside the top 6 is at least another 3 laps down the field. So this is, with just over 2 hours to go, this is I'm going to call it a 6-car race. You've got another 10 still out on track. They're out of it. They're at least 5 laps down. It's one of our Ligiers leading the Porsche. And we know that... Oh, hang on. We know that both the Ligiers, we've heard from the M Racing Garage that they know they're out of it. They're not going to finish top 5 now, where all the points are. But they're back out, they get some time in. The Lamborghini is at the hands of Leo Boulet. It was Fabio Malerba that sent them on their way in the silver driver. I don't know much about Leo Boulet. Let's do a quick check-in on Driver DB. Oh, I found his Instagram. Let's have a look at Leo Boulet's Instagram. Driver, coach and performance driver. And driver, coach and performance advisor. Founder of Telemetrics, yeah. FIA Silver. Oh, and there's a post about him coming here this weekend. Back this weekend after 5 years off. So Leo Boulet making his return to racing after 5 years. Interesting story. Oh, he's returned to the series because he won in F4 in September last year. Yeah, race 1 of French F4. in the final round at Le Mans. Started on pole and won. Go Leo Boulet. Right, heading down to the pits, I think.
With Olivier Gomez, driver 22 in Vortex team. We're gonna go in French with Olivier, and then I will translate the answer. Olivier, un début de course assez mitigé, enfin début de course en tout cas, un milieu de course assez mitigé à l'heure actuelle, parce qu'on a une voiture qui est actuellement en tête de la course, qui joue la victoire ou tout du moins le podium, et une voiture qui est arrêtée depuis de nombreuses minutes. On va commencer par la bonne nouvelle, la 22 dont vous faites partie. Très bon départ, la voiture a un bon rythme. J'imagine qu'on est satisfait dans l'équipe.
Oui, c'est effectivement mitigé. En ce qui concerne la voiture de mon frère et moi-même, nous sommes assez sous contrôle. Nous gérons notre consommation d'essence, nous gérons nos pneus, nous gérons nos chronos. Nous faisons attention au track limit. Je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de pénalités à ce niveau-là. Et en ce qui concerne les deux autres autos, malheureusement, on a une courroie d'alternateur sur une et certainement un cardan sur l'autre. Mais on sait qu'ici, avec les bordures et tout, c'est toujours un peu fragile.
L'objectif là, à l'heure actuelle pour la 22, expliquez-nous.
L'objectif est de rester sage. On a la concurrence qui s'élimine de par elle-même. Donc on reste sage, on va juste empiler les tours et on va aller chercher la victoire.
Merci beaucoup, bonne fin de course.
Merci.
Donc comme il l'expliquait, je vais traduire en anglais, alors que c'est the car number 20 is now out of the box. She will rejoin the track, and there is a little problem, engine issue on this car, and now it's gonna be good for this car on the track, and for the 22, she's very happy. The team is very happy about the beginning of the race. Good start, good pace. They are very happy with the car 22, and the 21 now is in some problem. I don't see what happened on the track, so I will give you the next question about this, because we're gonna stay here in the box.
Oh, that's a great view of that tyre, isn't it? Picking up all the debris on the way. So they've clearly been in the gravel somewhere, because that is more than just picking up rubber to the side of the track, surely, because that wasn't rubber pebbles, that was stony pebbles. So interesting to hear from Olivier Gomez there. So suggesting that they're happy despite the issues that they've got with the 20. Seems to be out of the race now. No, the 20's back on track. Problems with the 21 and the 22 leading. They are having a day of absolutely all of it, aren't they? So they could potentially have two cars not finished, but with a third one they take a win. They are the reigning second place finishers from last year. It was Vision that beat them to the title in both the Scratch and the UCS1. But looking to take top spots in both themselves this year. So the blue Porsche there is driven by Benjamin Lessiens for the RR Racing by Racetivity team, and that is a race not for position. In fact, oh, he might have just passed Stavan Lip, actually, if that's the 94. Because they were separated by 0.8 of a second previously. No, scratch that. Not racing on track for position. And the car number 20, the Vortex, that has just gone back out on track. Immediately, they've got a track limits notice. So you can understand the desire to like push it to the absolute limit through frustration, but to get it, that must have been like 5 corners into the opening lap, and they've got a track limits. approaching halfway in this 4-hour race. And there's plenty of stories to tell. 3 of the 4 cars that were leading are pretty much out of the race now from the first half an hour. It is all change. Stéphane Perrin in the 888 for Sébastien Loeb Racing, running in 2nd position overall right now. The gap behind the leaders, the Gomez brothers of Team Vortex. I'll confirm in a second. In fact, it's going to be, they are 1.5 laps down. 1.5 laps down on first place, which is approximately 3 minutes. 3 minutes and a bit. But the race for second is wonderful because Stéphane Perrin, the 888, only 1.2 seconds ahead of Laurent Roncaglia in the 920. So the sister cars of the Sébastien Loeb Racing team, both of them the Porsche 992s, they are in a direct race for second place. There is our Super Trofeo. We'll get a few more laps in. They are back up to 9th place, but 5 laps down on the lead. They did hold in the very early stages. Best looking car on track for me. Going through the opening complex of turns 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then, look at that, foot to the floor for the Mistral straight. 2 kilometers in total, that straight. But is offset by the chicane 8 and 9. He's going through now. So Leo Boulet, who we've just mentioned in that car at the moment. F4 race winner back in September. But not raced, I believe, in this series for 5 years. Was one of the 2 Ligiers leading, 36, and then it was the other, yeah, it was 20, wasn't it? One of the Vortexes behind. So Mercedes in green, and the 920 Porsche of Laurent Roncaglia. Mercedes moving out the way. He's done that a few times today. So if you take the 2nd car there and the 4th car there, the 2 Porsches, that's the 920 and the 888. They are racing for positions 2nd and 3rd. That is a straight up race. So ignore the Vortex for a moment. The 888 goes through, that's Stéphane Perrin. And then sandwiched between and trying to get through is the 920, the amateur Laurent Roncaglia. But he's been, there's a Vortex sandwich between the 2 Porsche sister cars racing right now. I feel like we've not had a pit stop for ages for the top cars. And finally, Roncaglia gets through and can continue the chase of his teammate. Currently lying in 2nd and 3rd position. I've got 3. You wouldn't call a Vortex a back marker, but in the terms of the race, well, that's what that's become. think that was Gilles Maillard in the 36 Ligier. Yes, it was. Then Stefan Perrin, who was only a second clear of his teammate, is going to be a little bit bigger gap than that, though, thanks to those the traffic they came up against. In the pits is Stefan Loeb, the amateur, piloting the 94 Chazelle Technology Porsche 992, running in 4th position right now. 5th has also come in, Guillaume Charpentier. Let's get a close-up look. So all of the Porsches in this race, there's 7 of them are all 992 Cup cars. And getting in will either be Alan Giacomo set them off as the amp, so I think that's going to be Lucas Sugliano, their silver driver. Oh, damage on the front, didn't spot that. That won't cause, it'll be annoying, but won't cause too much reduction. But I didn't spot that hanging off when he was going round, although we've not seen much of the 94. So, get the magic gaffer tape out, strap it up. Don't kick it. Sacre bleu. The Vortex, the number 20, that spent some time in the garage but made its way back out to get some miles under the hood. That won't be a competitive race with the Mercedes. Right, let's get some highlights, because we might not have long enough here. It's been an absolutely, I don't want to say chaotic, but an up and down start to this race. So off the line, the M Racing car, the Ligier, was on pole position. There was no other car on the front row because the RS01 of Ricard did not start for Craft Racing, which meant the row behind, the Vortex of the Gomez brothers and the Super Trofeo, led out by Malherbe, had the advantage for a little bit of free air. And it was Gomez that took full advantage of that, flew towards the front on the opening couple of laps. And then we had a 4-car race. It was the Ligier, the Vortex, the Super Trofeo, and the absolutely flying Renault RS01 of Luminier, the sister car of the Craft Racing team. So at some point we had 5 different cars leading, but then it all kind of went wrong around about the 45-minute mark, particularly for the Lamborghini, first of all. They went into the pits and never really recovered. They are back out on the course now, but lots and lots of trouble. Likewise for the Renault RS01, the 29 car, more trouble for them, which meant although the 68 on screen now of the Ligier and the sister car, the 36, the 68 did fall down a couple of positions, but thanks to the misfortune of the Renault, the Lamborghini and the Vortexes, they sort of gained things back. But then big changes again, because the 68, after coming back to lead the race, fell down the pack, which meant the Gomez brothers, with 2 cars pretty much out of the race, find themselves back out on top spot, having equal number of pit stops as those around them. So it's been a heck of a story, and I think 5 different cars have led at some point, and there seems to be some sort of curse that if you lead the race, all of a sudden something goes wrong. It did go wrong for the Super Trofeo, plenty of smoke. That led to a pit stop that would put them in the pits for they lost about 5 laps. It was even worse for the absolutely rapid Renault 29 car. They looked the most powerful, the quickest car on track. They've still got the fastest lap of everybody on the circuit, but they are stuck plumb last with the sister car in the garage, 28 laps behind the leaders. You don't think you're going to see them again today. The sun is still shining behind a bit of cloud. The 68 currently lying in 15th position. Another car that's had troubles, but looked so good early on. But technical difficulties have put paid to their race. The Renault, a fierce car when it was on track. Unfortunately now, it no longer is. Another of those causing a bit of trouble. The BMWs, just two of them in the light category, have been racing head-to-head just a few seconds apart moments ago, having a great time on their own, but they are the only two cars racing for class in the light. Other than that, the other car on track, the Mercedes, the Blue Harbour by Sarah, the AMG GT4, piloted by Simon Escalier and Anthony Le Goff in their own class, running near the back, but having a bit of fun with those BMWs. But when we come back to the front, it is the Gomez brothers that have taken advantage of every bit of misfortune of every other team, find themselves on top by coming up close to 2 laps. The 888 of Stefan Perry, the 2 Sablejot Racing Porsches, they occupy 2nd and 3rd. It's a Porsche 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now, with Elijah, the best of the rest, down in 7th. The Lamborghini is back out on track, up to 8th place, but 5 laps down, their race is done. Tyre change going on for Alan Iacono, currently the pits in 5th place. We did have a full course yellow. It didn't last too long, didn't cause too many problems. Nothing to tell too many stories about there. But it has become a race of a Vortex V5 Porsches. There were 3 that started, 2 are still going, only 1 is in the race, and it's the Vortex owners, the brothers of Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, who lead the pack, and they lead it by some old distance as well. It will take something surely to go wrong over the last couple of hours for anything to get back towards the front of this race. And also 2 bronze drivers, so no handicap penalties for them in the mandatory pit stops either. It's all looking very, very good for Team Vortex for at least 1 of their 3 cars at the moment. So plenty of highlights in the opening, what we've been going at, just over 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. I'm glad I'm not having to write the script for this one afterwards for the press release. That was one of the Vortexes that came into the garage. That one is still there, actually. That was the 21. And we saw that about 5 minutes ago being dealt with frantically by a few of the drivers. The other car, the 20, that had issues, that managed to get back out on track. Great to see from our event supporters and partners. And we're going to try and get back down to the garage fairly soon. With so many stories going on, I'd love to speak to a few of the team managers and drivers. But let's catch up on how things stand right now. Because temporarily at least, Stéphane Perrin, the bronze driver in the 888 for Sablazo Racing. It's a Sablazo 1-2 with the 888 and the 920, piloted by Laurent Roncaglia. The Vortex of Arnaud Gomez, the brothers of the owners of the team, they are in pit right now, which drops them down to third place. They were leading by around about a lap or so they'll drop down, but I think they'll jump back because Stéphane Perrin in the 888, they have not pitted for a fourth time yet, where the others around them have. Porsches again from fourth down to sixth. The 82 team of Loca Racing, the 17 team of RR Race Activity, and the 94 of Chazelle Technology. So Porsche's absolutely flying. In seventh place, we did have the Ligier of Guillaume Mellard as well. They were well behind their teammates in the 68, but things have gone a little bit awry for them recently. Rounding out the top 10, the Porsche of car number 11. That's the Racing Technology team. Leo Boulay in the 25. Trying to get back into things in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And then the Porsche of Benoit Poulain and Team 93, again, Chazelle Technology. So in the top 10, 7 Porsches, a Vortex, a Ligier, and a Lamborghini. Take your pick, I'll have any of them. And then actually, nice to see that the BMWs, which have been really trailing at the back of the pack for some time, now up to the best one, 11th place, Philippe Fevre, the Spaniard. They are both in the same team, the E2P Racing team in the 58 and the 61. So who is out at the moment? Enzo Ricard, one of the 2 Renaults by Craft Racing, didn't make it to the start line. Jimmy Luminier, who led and has still got, I think will for the rest of this race, have the fastest lap time of 2:04.189. They finished after 26 laps. We're now on lap, 57. So over half the race ago. So it's a real shame to see both the Renaults in the pits because they are so good to look at. One of the Vortexes, the 21, did manage 41 laps, but found themselves pulling off the track very safely just after turn number 3, after 2/3 of the race so far. Also in the garages, it looks like, yeah, the Ligier's back in, the 68. I thought that'd gone back out, but it's back in again. 43 laps completed, 14 down. Everyone else, 14 of the 18 cars that started, still on track and competing. But anybody outside the top 7 are at least 5 laps down. I'm a little bit concerned about Arnaud Gomez because they were leading by 3 minutes at one point, and I just feel like they've been in that pit lane for ages, which gives us a Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would just be devastating, to be quite frank, for the Vortex team. Oh, that's a lovely move by the Super Trofeo, isn't it, on the Porsche? Whilst I'm talking about Vortexes, they have had no luck at all, this Vortex team. It looks like Arnaud Gomez might be stuck in the pits. I know we got our intrepid reporter down there. If they can jump into the Vortex garage and speak to Olivier Arnaud to get an update, that would be ideal. So for the time being, we'll watch the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which is one of our leading 3-4 cars for the opening 20 minutes, half an hour. Put on a great show, but one of several cars. And now, actually, that would make it, where's the 25? So no car that started, Oh, hang on, the Renault's back out. The Renault is back out on track. Yeah, Philippe Papin. I mean, they're 15 laps behind, but it's nice to see it back out there. It's so ridiculously quick. But a bit like we saw with the M Racing Team Garage, just to get the car fixed, get it back out, get some laps in, treat it as testing for Magny-Cours, which is in 4 weeks' time. So Philippe Bonnell, who is out now in the 21. Now hang on, Philippe Papin in the 29. I'll be interested to see when he goes over the start finish. We'll find out what his in inverted brackets for the commas last lap time was, because I think they've been in the pit lane now for an hour and a half, maybe hour and a quarter. Now, when you get like, you know you're being watched, so do you look at the camera or do you keep looking forward? So, in a second, the Renault will cross the start-finish line. As long as it doesn't jump back into the pits, we'll find out how long it was in the pits for. It might just be out on a little test lap. It's going right, good, 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 good. So it feels okay. I'm going to carry on racing. Ah, no, it's slowing. It's really slowing. Okay, they're going to do a sharp right here. Come into the pits. No, I don't think it did. Okay, let's keep an eye. There's lots of funny things. Yeah, it did carry on. Why was that going so slow? Okay, the last lap time, I'm kind of half joking here. 1 hour 22 for Papin. That's how long they were in the pits for, minus 2.5 minutes to get the first lap in. So it is now practice time. And nothing more. They are 32 laps down on the leader. Ana Gomez, this is really, really painful. There's one of the two Porsches. That is the leading car right now of the Sablejot Racing Team. Is that still Stéphane Perrin in that driver's seat? Well, off we go. They did have... it was only over their teammates. Yeah, they will go down to second because the 920 was only 11 seconds back at the previous lap in lap 59. We're on lap number 60 then. We might get up to 100. We should get up to 100, yeah. Oh, Team Vortex, what has gone wrong today? Ana Gomez still in the pit lane after leading by 3 minutes. Yes, 3 minutes they were leading by around about 15 minutes ago. And they've been in the pits for coming up to 10 minutes. Oh, the Renault's back in as well. This race might end as a Porsche-only race. That they may have just gone to get fuel, actually. talking about the Renault here. Just keep half an eye on that. The 94 of Alain Iacono, the amateur driver, is up to 5th position. The top 5 all now occupied by Porsche cars. If you want reliability in this series, get yourself a Porsche. Right, we're going to go chat with one of our drivers in a moment. So I will leave you to be entertained and informed in just a moment. I believe the Sébastien racing team are going to be with us. And currently occupy 1st and 2nd.
And he got past me, and then we were sort of very even on pace. So I decided just to put some pressure, and I couldn't really get past without taking some big risks. So the idea was just to take some pressure, see how much pressure you take, and then in the end they pitted me to take one of the the obligatory stops, and that so I can get back into clean air.
Do you have any information about the last stop of the car? Is there something special?
No, that's okay. I mean, we have to take our obligatory stops, so we're just trying to work down through them. And we're going to do a driver change fairly soon and put Sébastien in. I think we've got 2 to take with an hour or so to go. So, yeah, I think it's quite a short race, so it's sort of 4 hours. So we're sort of trying to keep the driving as consistent as possible. There's only so much we can do on the strategy, so we're just trying to sort of not make any errors. We picked up a couple of track limits, but we're going to try and just sort of stay consistent in the lap times we're doing at the moment and not catch any more penalties.
Thank you so much for your words.
Okay, thank you.
Great to hear from Anthony Vince, one of 3 drivers in the 888 Sébastien racing car, currently in a 2nd position behind their sister car, the 920. So could be a phenomenal day for the Sébastien team. And here is said car. Now, they were going to do a drive. Is that Sébastien going in there? I think Anthony just said we're going to put Sébastien in shortly. I didn't think he meant that shortly. What's that, like 30 seconds ago he said that. So looks like Sébastien Loeb, another bronze driver, will jump in the car on behalf of Stéphane Perrin. Now, the 888 is a bronze, silver team. Perrin, oh, it might be bronze, because I've got Stéphane Perrin as a silver driver last year, but on our screen he's a bronze. So they're a bronze car, no handicap penalty during the obligatory stops, which is great news. Whereas their sister team is also bronze. So this is looking very good for some. Hey, I said that for Vortex earlier. I said this is looking good. Under a 3-minute lead. Look how that's turned out. Anar Gomez still in the pits, 8 laps down off the lead now. I would love to find out what's going on in that garage, because when we spoke to them about half an hour ago when they were leading, everything was great. They were very happy with the car, despite having one in the garage and one running near the back. But it's all gone wrong. So top 5 Porsches at the minute. The only car in the top 9 is not a Porsche. Is, oh no, 2. We got the Super Trofeo by Bruno Malherbe in 8th place, and in front of him is Guam Mallard in the Ligier, running 6th. Car number 11 is going to get a 5-second time penalty. Overtook out of track limits, so the car, I've forgotten already, what car was that? Number 11, that's Philippe Paulette in the Porsche for Team Racing Technology. And in comes another of our Vortexes. Was that number 20? Because Gomez is already in. Yeah, it was 20. Philippe Borel is coming to the pits too. Which in a moment you might see a Mercedes jump into the top 10 because both the Vortexes come to the pits from positions 10 and 11. So that is now the one Vortex that is actually working. And it's had its own issues. They started in 17th position, this team, with Borel at the wheel. They got into the top, I think they got to the 7th place at one point, then dropped back down to, they're going to go to at least 12th now, I'll say. Didn't see a driver change, they just, was there a driver change or is that just some comfort movements? Oh, maybe it is. So of all the cars on track racing, and let's say there's Philippe Bonnell is still out there, isn't he? Yeah, in 15th place. We've only actually lost officially 3 cars. We have had more than that off the track at any one time, but a few of them come back out. So the Renault comes back out as well. That's nice to see. So Philippe Papin, the amateur, will come back out to track. Officially, they've only had 3 pit stops, but their pit stops have averaged about 30 minutes each, sadly. Most pit stops so far today is the number 25, the Schumacher GP team. They've had 8 so far. Due to the pit stops, we've got a new car in 2nd place, Anthony Plessis, for the Loca Racing team. He's joined by Guillaume Charpentier, 2 bronze drivers. Well, they've had 1 less pit stop than every car around them. One of our Vortex drivers are not driving at the moment. Great to see inside these machines. If you've ever been lucky enough to sort of be in a garage, and I'm lucky enough that I have, and really get a great inside look, it is like a spaceship in there. Just everything stripped back to nothing in there unnecessary. Everything, strip it all out, then put in parts of a rocket ship and call it a racing car. So several of these cars, I would say, of those on track, 5 or 6 of them, of the 15 remaining, are just there getting lap times in and getting some testing in, getting some driver practice. They'll do a few more changes. They are not going to be competitive. They're going to pick up half a point for being outside the top 10. If they're lucky, they might get 2 or 3 if they jump into the top 8 or 9. But anybody outside the top 8 is 8 or 9 laps down on the field. So unless we have, I mean, what are we, 90 minutes remaining. And is that the Renault back in again? So I imagine they are just now changing a few things, doing some testing. Oh, it'll be a driver change maybe. Giving everyone a go. Maybe even practicing their driver changeovers. It could be as simple as that. To do it in a race environment is don't get a chance to do that too often. The 93 of Chazelle Technology spending some time off the racing line, running in 9th position. Benoit Poulain at the wheel of that one, amateur driver. Driving through the haze, yes, spun and rejoined at turn 14, which is the penultimate corner. Might get a look at it here. So they're coming round, left-hander, and just sends it sideways and takes a bit of trim off the front as well. Won't be enough to send him into the pits. Although turn 14 is where the entrance to the pits is. Maybe just caught him off. Oh, the trim's come off at the front, actually. That's quite handy. We have a Porsche top 5. 82 leads the way for Loca Racing. Then the two Sablejot racing teams, 920 and the 888. In the 17, RR Racing by Racetivity, Daniel Wojcinski at the wheel. And then we've just seen, actually on screen right now, Alain Iacono in the 94. Ligier in 6th place. The 36 of M Racing. The second Ligier has been in the pits for quite a long time. Around about 15 laps, half an hour. Porsche doing a move on one of the two BMWs in the field. Now, I can't imagine this is it this close? We'll come back to the leaderboard in a minute. It looks like there's only now 8 seconds between your top 4, which would be absolutely brilliant for entertainment. Shortly going to go down to the garages. Looks like we're in the Chazelle Technology garage. Have a chat with one of the drivers. Either at the 93 or the 94. Currently running in 5th, the 94, the 93's in 9th. So we've got 2 cars in the top 10, Chazelle. Chazelle or Chazelle? Let's have a chat with one of our team members.
I'm here with Félix Crépet, Chazelle Technology Course Team driver. Félix, you're the next on the car. You will go back on the track shortly. Tell us about the first part of the race. You are leading the race. You are leading in the Porsche Cup class. So what's the goal for the end of the race?
Yeah, the beginning was really good. We are leading, so it's great. It's still a long time to go until the end, so we will try to maintain the position. But it's still a long time to go. Still 3 different stints to make. So a lot can happen with the yellow flags and so on. So we'll see.
Give us your impression on the track. This is a good track in good conditions today. Is there any difficulties to notice on the track?
No, the track is great. The only difficulties is, as usual in endurance racing, you have a lot of difference in the condition of the track, and also the tires and the fuel consumption that make the car a bit different. But you need to adapt. That's endurance, but it's great. It's great.
Last questions. Are you focused on the battle with the 888, or are you focusing on your own race?
We just try to maintain a good rhythm, not making mistake, and we'll see a bit better where we are in the last hour of the race. For the moment, it's too early.
Thank you. Have a good stand.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, so that was Felix Crepé of the 920 Sub-Show Racing Team. What threw me was the Chazelle technology banners in the background. But so he will be, who's in that 920 car right now? Laurent Roncaglia, amateur driver. And we have got a proper race on at the front, because the three Porsches at the front, the 82 first of all leading, the Loca Racing Team, and then the 888 and the 920 of Sub-Show. They are only 9 seconds between the top 3 cars. The caveat is that Anthony Plessis leading in 82, they have done 1 fewer pit stops than the Sub-Show Racing Team cars. So we shall see what happens. There's some extra trim going on the 90, that's 94, isn't he? Alain Iacono. We saw that come off when he span at turn 14. I mean, I think you can get away without having that on the car. I mean, is that much downforce? No, it won't. I'm not sure if you have to have that on. I just left it off. So if you've got the time spare, this is not burning away time. This is just something to do whilst they've got the car stationary. Oh, that's Benoit Poulon, the 93, not the 94, forgive me. Both Chazelle teams. Identikit cars. So the 93 didn't take the spin. It was the 94 that span, wasn't it? Ah, we're almost, I'm losing track now. We're almost 3 hours in. Hydraulics are down. For a second there, it did look like the driver was going to let himself away, wasn't it? Picked up his own lollipop. He definitely looked like he got in the driver's seat. It wasn't just me, was it? Who's driving that car? Because one of our M Racing Ligiers. Here's the 4th place car at the moment is Daniel Wojcinski, who brought that into the pits. Looks like that driver's going to be changing. But the 17 is the RR Racing by Racetivity Porsche. It was Wojcinski in the car, so it'll either be... Wojcinski started the race actually too, the bronze driver. So it'll either be Benjamin Lessenes or Regis Rego de Sebes. Time for a change of tyres. Making sure everything's secure. Only allowed 4 people at the side of the car at any point during these pit stops. One of those is a cameraman, he doesn't count. One looks ready to go. And Porsche is now occupying the top 6 spots on the leaderboard. And I'm really happy to see Bruno Malherbe taking that Lamborghini Super Trofeo back up to 7th position. Oh dear, car number 920. That's one of our Sub-Show teams lying in 3rd place, right? A 5-second time penalty. Overtook outside track limits. All right, that does change things slightly, because at the front, oh, we need to see the race at the front. There's only a tenth of a second between them. Anthony Plessis in the 82 and Sébastien Loeb in the 888. Here we are. This is for the lead of the race, folks. Let's keep our eyes on this one. Anthony Plessis leading in the silver Porsche for Loca Racing. Has had one less pit stop, but let's just enjoy this whilst we can. We don't get much head-to-head racing later on in these. But on the last time through the start-finish, just over a tenth of a second between them. Laurent Roncagli in the 920, the sister car for Sablejot, is 12 seconds back only. A move to the inside and a flash of the lights. That doesn't work at this stage. Flashing the lights to get past the leader. Best of luck with that one. This needs to be racecraft. Meanwhile, car number 58, Catalini Burgera, gets a 5-second time penalty. That's one of our two BMWs. So racing for the lead. Traffic will come up quickly too. In front of them, I think it's going to be the number 17 that causes traffic. Regis Rigo de la Sebes. Yes, it will be a lap down, but running in fourth place, but a lap down of our two leaders. So I'll do a sharp right-hander in a moment, get on to the start-finish straight. Will he go for the undercut? It has a little look. Not this time, but he'll take the slipstream all the way along the start-finish straight. The gap is 0.442. It's grown by a few tenths. And that's who we just saw in the pits. It's Rigo de Sebes, the amateur driver, now in the car number 17 for RR Racetivity. But Sébastien Loeb in the 888 goes right alongside, flashing the lights again. Looks towards the inside. No, not this time. It's a sharp right-hander and then a long course all the way around to the right, round 5, 6 and 7, and then the Mistral straight after this short left. Now it's foot down, all three of them. Find the slipstream. Will he go left? Will he go right? For the lead of the race and traffic up in front. The chicane at 8 and 9 just ahead. He'll go to the inside before turn number 8. Does he get it done? Yes, he does. Sébastien Loeb moves to P1. There is traffic in front. It's not going to be that easy. Anthony Plessis drops to second, but maybe not for long. These cars will be identically matched. This is mano a mano. What kind of an issue is the number 17 going to cause? Now do the long right, the short, sharp left-hander, turn number 12. Now, Sébastien Loeb has to manage this perfectly. It'll be the long left, the short right, back onto the pit straight. Towards the start-finish. Getting as close as he possibly can down the start-finish straight. Looking for a bit of a toe to try and get away from Anthony Plessis. Flashing again. Is technically a back marker, although running in fourth place. But clearly the quicker car. It'll be taken into the complex at turns 3, 4, 5. Which way round? Goes for the undercut, the old switch. This gives a huge chance to Plessis to make a jump. Loeb is fixed on getting past Rigo de Sebes. Again, they'll take it up the Mistral straight, the long straight climb. And it was here 1 lap ago that Ligier did the job on Plessis. Can he return the favour? They'll turn to their left. They're not going to get past him, are they? Ricard de Sebes holds on, the flash comes in, and Sébastien Loeb will get through, but Anthony Plessis won't, he'll have to wait. There'll be a short right and left, back onto the remainder of the straight. And you think Anthony Plessis has to get past this time. Otherwise, Ligier is going to be away. So Ricard de Sebes sandwich in the race for the lead. A huge looping right-hander. And Ricard de Sebes still causing problems for Anthony Plessis. And it's allowing Ligier to get away. They are teammates, sister cars in the garage, but they'll both want to win. Sébastien Loeb kicking on, lead up to 1.8 seconds. Imagine Anthony Plessis is going to be hugely frustrated. Struggling to get past. 4th on track, Ricard de Sebes, who has got, he doesn't need to give way technically, he's still racing. He's in 4th place in his own right, just a lap down on our front 2. Track limit penalty for Miguel Tobar, one of our BMW cars. And that is a really good view of the distance that's been bridged by Sébastien Loeb. On Anthony Plessis. Surely this time into turn number 8. No, not going to be close enough. Still not close enough. The one thing to bear in mind here, Anthony Plessis, this is 100% a race of 1st and 2nd, but at the moment, Plessis and his team had 1 less pit stop than Sébastien Loeb. We approach the 3-hour mark. And in fact, Ricard de Sebes seems to be going a little bit quicker. And this is allowing Ligier to move away, and away. It's gone from a 0.4 deficit. Last time around it was a 1.8 advantage, and it's going to be beyond, well, 2 seconds now. And the Lamborghini Super Trofeo is back in the pits for a mandatory stop. They've got back up to 6th place. What a race they've had, full of drama. And hopefully now, a real simple run to the finish. They're not going to get into the top 3 or 4, because they are 5 laps down off the top spot. They could squeeze into the top 5. Somebody that's going to have some fun now, just noticed that in the car number 36, just to remind you, that's the M Racing Ligier, Olivier Pla. Let me give you a background on Olivier Pla, now that that race at the front has started to settle a little bit. Trofeo looks so good, you see it from 2 angles. Why wouldn't you? And it's away. It will rejoin the track in going to be 7th position, I think, when the dust settles on the start-finish line. So Olivier Plat in the 36 right now, one of our, is it our only remaining, yeah, our last Ligier on track, as the Super Trofeo makes his way back out onto the course. So Olivier Plat is two-time Le Mans Series LMP2 winner, FIA Platinum driver, competed at Porsche Cup Germany, GP2 Series, World Series by Nissan, Formula 3, French Formula 3, Formula Campus, 8-time finisher of 24-hour Le Mans, the best finish of 8th in 2013. Going back as far as 2002, Korea Super Grand Prix winner. More recently, World Endurance Championship Hypercar in 21 and 22. And 22, also 24 hours of Le Mans Hypercar for Glickenhaus Racing. And most recently in the AF Course team, the Asian Le Mans, where he raced 6 times. Most recent win has come in IMSA Sports Car Championship, the Master team. But seen done it all, done incredible amount of racing. And in 21 and 22, 24 hours of Le Mans, 4th place finish with Glickenhaus, a racing team in the hypercar category, formerly LMP1, now LMPH. And already lapping in the 205s, Olivier Plat, compared to anything between 2.6 and 2.10 for all the Southern cars ahead of him. And it seems that Regis Rigo de Sebes really does have the better of Sébastien Loeb right now. Anthony Plessis, sorry, because Ligier has pitted. So that fantastic race we had will now be, well, Plessis, although he leads, he's now 2 pit stops down on Sébastien Loeb and Felix Crépy, which means, oh, we spoke to Felix, didn't we? So in the 920, we saw, who took it? Because we spoke to Felix, he was sending somebody into the car, weren't they? Was it Jean-Mathieu? Anyway, Felix is back in, which really means, in reality, seeing as our race leader is 2 pit stops down, we have a Sablejot 1 and 2. And that will come to fruition because Anthony Plessis is pitted from the lead. That Renault still going. Roland, yeah, they are flicking through drivers now. Roland Marchix. I think that's the first time I've seen him in that Renault number 29. Oh, Ligier has gone in the pits as well. Okay. That's their 7th pit stop. So they're going to have to get up to, you have 4 mandatory on refueling in, it's about a 100-litre tank. And last night in the Endurance Prototype Cup, those cars could run for about 65 minutes on a full tank. So they were looking at 6 pit stops, maybe 5 in their 6-hour race. So let's just assume that it's around about the same, an hour or bit of racing on a full tank. You start with a full tank. So 1, 2, at least 3 pit stops to refuel 3 times. Let's just, for the benefit of the day, let's say 4. 8 pit stops in total, maybe for the race. Anthony Plessis is just gone in for their 5th in the car 82, the Loca Racing. The Sablageux racing teams have had 6 and 7 respectively. There was an issue last night where I think it was a fuel pipe broke, and it made refueling not just difficult but impossible. So hopefully that everything behind the scenes is fixed and we can refuel nice and clean. We have been so far for the first 3 hours anyway. .888 back out on track, and they're going to come out in where's Regis? They're going back out in 4th place. Regis is up the road, 1 pit stop down, but around about, well, in fact, that you can see Regis has just gone round, just coming out of turn number 9. It's only about 10, 12 seconds behind. But they're on the same lap together. Regis 1 pit stop down. So we've now got a Porsche, still a Porsche top 6. So the amateur Philips Crepe in that car. Just moving past the Mercedes, acting as a back marker. AMG GT4. We've barely mentioned their name. It's the Blue Harbour by Serie team, Simon Escalier and Anthony Le Goff. They are running a 13th position behind the 2 BMWs. Racing in their own right, the only Group 4 team in the first round of competition. And the car 920 in picture now leads after Anthony Plessis pitted, although he's on his out lap. And Sébastien Loeb has dropped down to 4th as predicted. It's our last remaining Vortex car, mind your head. Running in 10th position, that was Philippe Bourrel jumping out the car. And going in will be either Dominique Julimont or Maxim Aronov. They're going to change tyres with 1 lap to go. 1 hour. 1 lap, 1 hour. There is a race on track for 6 and 7. The Porsche of Ligier. In fact, that's, as I say it, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo has just gone past, in fact, that Porsche. Leads by, was down by 3 seconds, that up by 6. That would have been, something happened on that lap. Oliver Pla is the fastest man on track for M Racing, lapping in the 205s. The only man other than him inside the 210s is the Renault in 16th place of Jean-Christophe Davies. So the 2 fastest cars, you could argue, in terms of 1 lap speed, and being driven by great drivers too. are nowhere in the competition, let's say. Oh, good to see Fabio Loeb back in the Trofeo as well. He started the race, the silver driver for the team at 25, Schumacher GP. That is Olivier Plat in the 36. And with 1 hour to go, let's check out some highlights. My goodness, there have been plenty. On the opening lap, the front row was the M Racing Ligier, and there was no second car on the front row. The Renault RS01 of Craft Racing would have been set off by Ricard. Didn't make it past the outlap, fortunately. The Vortex on row 2, led by the Gomez brothers and the Schumacher Super Trofeo, led out by Francesco Malherbe on the second row. They would play a huge part in the opening half an hour of this race, as would the black and yellow Renault RS01 by Craft Racing. One of their cars did get started, and it was head out by Lumenier, who rode it like an absolute rocket to the front of the pack. It stayed there for a fair amount of time. It was the fastest car. It's still got the fastest lap of the race at 2:04.189, but they are now still out on track. However, 34 laps behind the leader. They had a 1 hour 20-minute pit stop. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo by Schumacher GP had its problems too. One of the front 4 cars in the early stages had issues, long pit stops. Did get down to the back of the pack. They fought their way back up to 6th position now. Fabio Malherbe at the wheel. The Sablejot Racing team with the 888 and the 920, they have slowly picked their way through the field. And we have a Porsche front 5, and it's led by Sablejot. And they are looking very, very tasty for the rest of this race. The 920, the silver, and the 888 in the purple. They have been joined at the front by Regis Arrigo de Sebes in the car number 17, the RR Racing Racivity, over the last 30 minutes or so. But there are big, big gaps. Anything outside the top 4, and you're probably not going to be competing for the podium. That's what it's come down to. And they are all Porsches. Doing his best in the Ligier, Olivier Plat in the 36 for M Racing, the only platinum driver on the grid right now. But it's going to be too much. 5 laps down with just under 60 minutes of racing remaining. We've not seen too much of the Mercedes, the AMG GT4, the Blue Harbour by Serie team, a 2-man team, Simon Escalier and Anthony Le Goff. They've been tracking around near the back of the pack in their own little race. Then you've got the 2 BMWs, the E2P Racing team, the BMW M2 CS Cup, Philippe Fevre, Catalina Borghese, Gles Castellon in the 58, and Pablo Boguera and Miguel Tobar in the 61. They've actually had a really nice little race. But what a day for the Vortex is. It's gone from great to bad to worse, sadly. We're leading for some time. All 3 cars after 2 hours were actually in the top 9, and now their best is running 10th. 2 cars off the track with the 21 and the 22. Only the car remaining, led right now by Maxim Aronov in the number 20. The Gomez brothers, we had an interview with them about 45 minutes ago when things were going well. They were very, very happy. 1 car in the garage, 1 in the wall, and 1 leading. And after that, it all went a little bit wrong. Great to see the lime green Super Trofeo back out on track, but getting in some track time ahead of Magny Corps round 2 in 4 weeks' time. And that is Maxim Aronov, the number 20, the last of the remaining Vortex cars. They're also getting some testing time in. So both those cars on screen look fantastic, very, very quick, but neither of them going to be competing for any sort of honours in our round 1 of the Ultimate Cup Series Kennol Endurance Cup. We are down to around about to the last 50 minutes or so. Olivier Plat, that was not him going sideways. In fact, that's the 93, the sister car. Bruno Cervezier running 10th in their Porsche. There's been slips and spills and trips and a few trips or rides into track limits and even further afield. But several stories to tell when all the dust settles on round one at Paul Ricard. We are beyond lap 77 now, and the picture is beginning to get clearer and clearer. It is going to be a Porsche victory, but who's it going to be? Sablageau? Is it going to be Locker Racing? Is it going to be RR Racetivity? Or potentially Chazelle? We'll wait and see and enjoy the last 45 minutes of action. Welcome back for the closing stages, the business end of round one of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. Circuit Paul Ricard, south of France, just above the Mediterranean Sea. It's been perfect weather for motorsport over these last 2 days. A bit more cloud in the sky than yesterday. Pure blue skies for our Saturday racing, where we enjoyed the Endurance Prototype Cup, some legends, plenty of qualifying, the Hoosier Formula Cup, and the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup too, all of it on the same package. And now we enter our last 47 minutes of racing. There are still, I think, maybe one pit stop to come from a few teams. To take you down the order from the top, Sébastien Loeb leading for the Seb Loeb team. You can see where the name comes from. 7 pit stops. The sister team, Jean-Paul Dominici, for the 920. Seb Loeb, 8 pit stops so far. Now the mandatory is 4. You don't have to, you can have 4 if you want to, but mandatory is 4, but then you've also got the refueling stops as well. So has Seb Loeb, for Seb Loeb, got enough fuel in the tank to get to the end, or will they require one more? In third place, Julien Charpentier, racing for Locker Racing. Anthony Plessis, his teammate, and Rigo de Sebes Regis, who is about 1 lap, 1 minute down on the top 2. The car number 17 for RR Racing by Racetivity, and Lucas Sugliano in the 94 for Chazal Technology. And outside that, there are another 2 laps down. So this is a 5-car race now. I'm calling it a 5-car race, okay? There's your leader. I think Seb will take that to the end now. We've already seen Anthony Vince and Stefan Perrin, their silver driver. Seb's bronze. And the difference between the teams, just go past one of our 2 BMWs, the E2P Racing team. Where is the... Oh, the 920 is going to come over the start finish shortly. Okay, it's going to be around about a minute, about halfway around the track. It is 1 minute, and between the top 2, I'll tell you quickly, 1 minute 10, the gap between the top 2. Getting out the car, there's Regis Rigo de Sebes in the 17. I imagine it'll be Benjamin, no, it might be Daniel Wachinski going in the car, because Benjamin Lesenes is their silver driver. He can only do a maximum of, what, I think 50 minutes. I'm sure he's done that already, so I would anticipate seeing Daniel Wachinski back in the car, who did the opening stint for RR Racing by Racetivity. Fastest man on track, understandably, Olivier Plat, platinum driver. I think top 5 is too much to ask. They're over a lap down on 5th and 6th. Engine starts. for the Porsche are racing. And it's away. So if all teams are having 8 stops, which would be 4 mandatory, 4 refueling, you might get away with 7. Depends how you've driven. But Olivier Plat in 7th, just to mention him again, they've only had 6 stops, the Ligier team. The Vortex team, they got 1 car running in 10, that's the number 20. Maxim Aronov in there at the moment. Good to see who's still going. Looks like Boris Shimon in the 21. That car was pretty much dead half an hour ago, but they got it back out there. It was up on the jacks in the garage. People jumping all over it to look what was wrong. But it looks like they've got back out on track. Yeah, they have, definitely. Well done, guys. That'll be testing time now for the next 45 minutes. Might do a few driver changes just to do some practice. Fabio Maleba, they are running 8th, right? The Schumacher GP car, running in 8th. They've had 10 pit stops. Imagine if they'd only had 7 like everybody else, or 8. They would be, I imagine, fighting for this top five shootout right now. Leading cars on lap number 83. The Mercedes, a BMW and a Porsche in your picture. And the Porsche should just slide between both of those pretty comfortably. That's Jean-Paul Dominici, second. No, it's not. Oh, they are so alike, those 2 silver Porsches. That is actually Julien Charpentier in 3rd place in the 82. It's not the 920. And there's definitely some gaffer tape on that front trim, isn't there? That's been looked after in the garage. Yellow flag, turn 15. That's the final turn. And it's gone green again, straight away. You wouldn't have even noticed. As we thought, the Porsche does fly through past the BMW and the Mercedes. Now, if we get eyes on the 82 in 3rd place, you'll see 2 cars behind them is the race leader. Just under a lap ahead of them, might be 1 minute 50 or so. No, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yeah. There's our Lamborghini Super Trofeo by Schumacher GP. Fought their way back up to 8th place at the moment. Fabio Maleva, silver driver, at the wheel of the 25. Looking busy behind, isn't it? That's our Vortex. Which could be one of that's the 20. No, it's the 21, isn't it? Let me get another look at it. Maybe not. That Mercedes spending a lot of time being overtaken today. There's your leader, Sébastien Loeb. And I just wonder if before I speak, I will do some research. There'll be no changes at the moment in your top three, because there's a minute from first back to second, another minute from second back to third. Sébastien on lap number 85. I think we'll get to, it might get to 100. It'll be close, very close actually. You might get 100 bang on. Oh, if you're interested, Sébastien Racing is looking for drivers, bronze, silver and gold. For the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia, which has actually already happened. They're looking for the Spa-Francorchamps 2026 Michelin 12 Hour. Nürburgring, Barcelona 26, Paul Ricard 26. So, if you're listening to this and you're thinking, oh, you know, I need a drive this year, then Sébastien are looking for bronze, silver and gold drivers for lots of races in 2026. And going by their performance today, I think a lot of drivers might want to be involved with this team. Right, going back down to the pits in a moment. Who's it going to be? Your guess will be as good as mine. Hopefully one of our front five. Tell us what the feeling's like down in the garages. Then we'll come back and join the action for the last 30 minutes. Right, down we go, I think.
Here with Romain Morel, local racing engineer. Romain, 1 hour to go, less than 40 minutes to go. Yes. You're still battling with 3 other, or more than 3 other cars for the podium and for the wins in Porsche Cup and in the scratch. So, give us your thoughts. What's the plan for the end of the race?
Yes, less than 40 minutes to go. The pace was very good through the whole race. Unfortunately, we took 10 seconds penalty for track limits. Indeed, it doesn't really affect our track position because the 888 of Sébastien is quite ahead. Their pace are quite good, and fortunately we are happy for our first participation in Ultimate to be in the second place, and we hope that it will go until the end of the race, and at the second place for the first time it will be away. We will be very happy.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's lovely. Great to hear from one of the engineers, not necessarily the drivers. That's fantastic. So, as you mentioned there, the 10-second penalty for track limits won't really affect them too much, the Locker Racing team, but they seem very pleased, and so they should, be currently riding in 3rd place. I'd have loved to have found out if they're anticipating another pit stop, because they've had 7, so they've gotten away with 3 fuel stops. That would be a real bonus. And if they don't have to stop again, then fantastic. Sébastien, though, leading by around about a minute before Jean-Paul Dominici in the sister car for 9:20. How good with a double podium, a 1-2 for Sébastien is that Mercedes AMG GT4, the only car on the track or in this round in the 4 category. So class win coming as long as they cross the finish line. Currently lapping down in 12th position overall before the BMW of V2P Racing and the Vortex. Is that still on track, the Vortex of Boris Chimond? I think it is. They've definitely got one running. Yeah, the number 20 is running in 10th place. But learning for a lot of cars, there will be success. Well, success is subjective, isn't it? You call top 3 successful. I think by the sound of things, if the 82 gets in the top 5, they'll consider that a really, really good day. E2P Racing, BMWs, 2 of them on track. Which one's leading at the moment? It is the 58 there on screen. Our Philippe Fevre on his outlap at the moment, but is one lap ahead. Before the pit stop, 1 lap ahead of his teammate. That might change. That might be quite a close little race between the BMW teammates here. Olivier Plat going very, very close to the fastest lap of the race, the 2:04.8 on lap number 82. It's still held by the 2:04.189, which was in the 29 was Jimmy Luminier, who set that fastest time in the Renault RS01. I think that was on lap number 3. BMW's holding off Lamborghini Super Trofeos and a Vortex. Lambo goes through, Vortex will do straight away as well. Must be a little bit disheartening in the BMW, just spending the entire race being overtaken, and although it's a fantastically powerful, wonderful car in its own right, if it's going head-to-head with other BMWs, to spend the entire day with no real competition is a bit of a shame. It's the only 2 light cars, category cars in the race. The 2 E2P Racing motors. Spent a lot of time getting out of the way today. One minute 9 seconds is the lead for Seb Lejeau. And yes, Seb Lejeau is in his own Seb Lejeau Racing Team car. Seb Lejeau was also in second with Jean-Paul Dominici at the wheel. So there'll technically be 3 Seb Lejeaus on the podium in the top 2 steps at the moment. 2 cars and 1 man named. Benjamin, we predicted it was going to be Benjamin Lessinet in the number 17 for our My Racetivity. We saw them lapping. That'll be definitely their last pit stop, I'm sure. And they are over a lap down, which means good news for the 82. We spoke to the mechanic in that garage, and the car is still Guillaume Charpentier. The only thing that is going to mix this up now is if I quickly tell you the top 4 cars, okay, I've had 7 pit stops, 8 pit stops, 7 pit stops, 8 pit stops. If those 2 cars, the 888 and the 82, need to pit 1 more time, then we have a couple of really tight races, so 1st and 2nd, and 3rd and 4th. If they don't have to pit again, and I imagine it would only be for a quick refuel, then I don't see at the moment too much changing. They're all lapping roughly the same. The fastest of the 4 cars in the front 4 is actually Benjamin Lessinet, the only silver driver in the front 5 cars. He's lapping 2:07. And the rest are lapping 2:10s and 2:11s. So we've got 30 minutes, let's say. That's going to be 14 laps. Let's say continues at 3 seconds a lap quicker. 14 times 3, 45 seconds, best case scenario. Could see a change. Could see a change. I am so impressed how Schumacher GP have got that car back up to 6th place with 10 pit stops and trouble. It's been a race of attrition for the Super Trofeo. I don't think they can make up another lap because they're over a lap behind the car 94, the Chazelle technology in P5. Actually, they are lapping roughly 6 or 7 seconds quicker. So let's say 13 laps times 7, 70, 1.5 minutes. Is that 3/4 of a lap? I'm trying my best to create some jeopardy that may or may not occur in the last 25 minutes. But if you watched the Endurance Prototype Cup last night, talk about drama in the last half an hour. I've never seen a race end like that. Crazy. And it's one of those races where you just give all credit to the race stewards, clerk of the course, race director, and go, look, this is where you earn your money. You sort this one out. You earn your pennies. So that is the car in second position, Jean-Paul Dominici. And that, I believe, is... I didn't see a driver change there, unless we've caught the end of that. Is he getting out? Well, it's not on the hydraulics, so maybe... it's not a fuel stop, just a mandatory. So that is their 9th stop of the race, which is more than would be the minimum required. One of the 2 Seb Loeb cars, as we know, and just Seb actually had last year one of the biggest shunts you'll ever see. Got a bit of traction on social media, and not surprisingly either. So surely that is the last stop now for the 920. I genuinely think the 888 fellow team car and the 82 will need to stop again. And where's that going to come out? Let's try and make a little prediction. So the 920 is just going around turn number 5. Where's the 82? Is up the other end of the Mistral straight. So that will drop the 920 down to 3rd place. Oh, the Schumacher GP Super Trofeo is going to have their last driver change. In the car was Fabio Malherbe, and it'll either be Bruno Malherbe or Leo Boulet. Well, silver, bronze. It was Malherbe who started the race. He would have done about 45 minutes, then done the same sort of stint again. Door closes. Start your engine with a... They will have a bit of time to serve, which has been done. All right, they're off. And they had climbed themselves into 6th place. That's their 11th pit stop of the race. Right, so your new race leader is Sébastien Loeb in the Seb Loeb 888. Second place, Guillaume Charpentier in the 82. And in 3rd, won't drop to 4th, surely. No, it'll be in 3rd place. Yeah, Jean-Paul Dominici. 30 seconds behind second place, but I am so convinced that the top two cars on track at the moment steering to pits again in the last 22 minutes. I just don't think you can do it on 3 tanks of fuel. And if you're leading, you're not coasting anywhere, are you? I think some of those 2 fuel tanks might be pinging the red light at the moment on the dashboard. Low fuel, low fuel. Guillaume Charpentier in second place in the 82. Coming to complete is 91st lap of Paul Ricard. But he is, if you look 2 cars behind him, just look up the straight now, so he's in second place, 3 cars behind. We would see Sébastien Loeb, who is 2 minutes and 7 seconds ahead, which is pretty much a full lap of the circuit. There you go, behind. So the car behind the silver Porsche, so this silver Porsche is in second place, the car behind him is in first. That's the difference. A good view of this as they go on the Mistral straight. There is second, and just about saw first place. There's second and first. There you go. And the car behind there, Benjamin Lessinens, the blue 17, he's in fourth. Another lap down. So you've got 3 cars there, separated by, what, 250 metres in second, first and fourth. There's actually 3 laps between those, 2 laps between those 3 cars. There's Guillaume, and there's Seb. And that's a quick look at Ben as well. Ben's actually looking pretty quick, isn't he? The car in fourth might overtake the car in first in a second. It won't change the order. It might actually happen. So this is our race leader. The car behind is in fourth, over a lap behind. And they might make a move, so to unlap himself against the leader, running in fourth. This will not change the leaderboard, just change slightly track position. And it will get done. That is totally bizarre. So the blue 17 is in fourth position, and Seb Loeb in the 88 is leading the race. You won't see that very often. Fourth place car has just unlapped itself against the race leader. A rare scenario unfolding at Paul Ricard. And even more bonkers, that car in fourth might now overtake the car in second, because that's further up the road. Absolutely wild scenario in front of our eyes right here. Second, fourth, first. Fourth, second, fourth, first. On your screens right there. Well, that is endurance racing. Let's see a Mercedes AMG GT4, shall we? Too much drama. Up to 13th, Anthony Le Goff in the Merc. lapping in the 2:17s. No, sorry, fastest lap 2:17 for Anthony Le Goff. And that one was a 2:22. Out comes one of the BMWs. Right, am I going to be wrong? Do these first two cars need to pit? That's the only thing that will change this race now. I was giving you a little bio. I started to, then things got too exciting on Sébastien Loeb. Just in the last, what, few months, in March, Michelin 24-hour series European Championship, 5th place, then got a win in the 24 series in Mugello, and they got a podium this month at Spa-Francorchamps. So Seb is going very, very nicely. Also raced in Porsche GT Cup last year. It is a heavy Porsche diary. Oh, some time in a Vortex as well, in fact, in 21 and 22. '68 of our, well, one of our Ligiers for the M Racing team. All started so well for them today. That car was pole sitter 4 hours ago, and they're gonna finish as well, last of all the cars that are actually gonna finish the race. They're going to finish 27 laps behind the leader after some extensive pit stops, sadly. Oh, Sébastien Loeb has pitted when we weren't looking. I knew it. I knew it. And it must have just been a quick refill because he's straight back out again on his out lap. That was a really fast one. Get about, chuck a couple of litres in there. Get me to the end. Just put 20 quid in. And it was about a almost a lap lead, wasn't it? So he's going to be absolutely fine. He's still going to lead by half a lap, I think. Yeah, he will still lead by close to half a lap. And I think Charpentier's still got to pit as well. He's the only car on the circuit that has only got 7 pit stops. The 82 has got to be running low on fuel. Which would put Seb Loeb on track for a 1-2 finish in round number 1. Fastest man on track in the 25. Super Trofeo Schumacher GP car is Leo Boulet. He's just done a 2:06.53, which is even quicker than Olivier Pla in the Ligier. There's your leader. Half a lap lead over the field. All pit stops done. It is now cruise your way home. I want to say cruise. Just bring it home. Bring it home, Seb. Already a winner this season in the Michelin 24-hour series. Back at Mugello, podium at Spa-Francorchamps this month. He's on a great bit of form. Ligier versus Super Trofeo. And they are the fastest two cars on track as well. That is Leo Boulet in the Super Trofeo and Olivier Pla. They are separated by one full lap of the circuit. Oh, that's one of our vortexes, the only one remaining. So it must be the 20. Oh, no, the 21's on track as well. Did they get it back out? I think there's two vortexes on track. Oh, well done, guys. That is some great work by the mechanical team. Let's see what happened. Oh, he's just lost it. Lost the back end. Way, hat trick of cones. And just holds it off the wall. It is the 20, isn't it? Yeah. But I do still think they've got two cars. They do have Philippe Bonnel is in the 21 as well. I don't think that's Dominic Gillemay in the 20. Don't think that would have lost to any positions. No, he's got a 3-lap gap between 10th and 11th. So the Vortex is going to get the last full point if it finishes like this. 1 point for 10th place. Right. I still believe Guillaume Charpentier in second has to pit. Or he is running on fumes. He's only got a 28-second gap back to Jean-Paul Dominici in the 920. And then it's another minute 30 back to Benjamin Lessenet. So as long as it's just for fuel, still can go in, get fuel, come back out, still on the podium, third place. So great start to the season for the Locker Racing team. And that 10-second that they had for track limits, in the end, it won't make a difference. They'll be more than 10 seconds behind second and more than 10 seconds ahead of fourth. Running in third, the 920 Seb Lejeau car. Straight to their two cars, the 888 and the 920. Generally, if you've got a team, the liveries are similar, but they are nothing like each other, are they? Completely different. One silver, one. What do you call the bright pinky colour? There's a name for it. It'll come to me. That looks busy, doesn't it? It's about 3/4 of the entire grid right there, coming to the top of the Mistral Straight for turn number 10. Still 21.5 degrees at Paul Ricard. We started the day at 22.2. It's been a warm one, but thankfully a bit of cloud cover. That's the 93, the Chazelle Technology Porsche. Mark Lopez, the amateur, driving that one at the minute in 9th position. Going to pick up a couple of points. Olivier Pla, Platinum, fastest man on track, 2:06 lapping. And maybe, just maybe, Charpentier and the Locker Racing team are going to get away with 7 pit stops, the least of anybody in the race. The most we've seen is 11 for one of our Vortex team. For any car that's not had problems, anywhere between 8 and 10 is the standard. So if they have got this right, then they've timed it to absolute perfection. Like the mathematics to get that car round. We're going to be going on to our 98th lap next. So it's going to be a 100-lap race. And they'll be the only car that has refueled only 3 times. And they're all in Porsches. The top 5 all in the Porsches. Oh, straight on the BMW. So straight through turns 8 and 9. I'll let those places go. They would have been overtaken anyway, to be honest. And immediately, actually, track limits reported at turn 15 for the car 61. And, oh, that was the other BMW, that's okay. So both cars have gone off for track limits in the last 30 seconds, both the BMWs. Or that wouldn't be track limits, would it? That was just a lock-up. Not in the same way. We are approaching the last 5 minutes of round number 1 here at Paul Ricard on the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. I'm going to say 9 different cars have held the lead at some point, and there's still cracking racing going on, not for position in the leaderboard, just for on track. Flash, 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 flash. Here I come, dive on the inside. That is because it's your race leader saying, I'm important, get out the way. I do not need an incident right now. Seb Lejeau making the headlights earn their money today. He has overtaken Mark Lopez in the 93 and also the 20 of the Ligier, Dominic Gillomet. You can't see anything stopping them now, can you? Seb Lejeau, his own team name car, along with Anthony Vince and Stefan Perrin. They've driven, Seb Lejeau and Stefan Perrin, driven together for quite a while. Oh, that was that a little wiggle? That didn't seem like a racing line move. Don't do anything silly now, Seb. And surely Charpentier and the 82, they are going to hang on for 7 pit stops. I wouldn't have believed it half an hour ago. I kind of do now. Unless they jump in on the penultimate lap. I didn't see why they would. They've surely got, they've got 20 kilometres left to drive. No, less than that. 10. Only 2 laps remaining, 2.5. 10 kilometres remaining of this race. We are on lap 100. That's a nice number, isn't it? Olivier Pla, for all his efforts and quality, won't get any higher, his team, than 7th position. The top finished cars. Oh no, Leo Boulay in the Ferrari, in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo is in 6th. I was going to see the highest of the non-Porsche cars, but that would be a lie. And there's a full lap between them two. So that'll finish like that. It's looking more and more likely we can see our top 1, 2, 3. There will be 2 more laps because Seb Lejeune will cross the finish line with just over 2:15 remaining to get 1 more full lap in and then cross when the checkered flag comes down on 0. And they continue to fight. This is lovely. So that is Leo Boulay in the green Super Trofeo. In the 68 is Ivan Muller. They are in 6th and 15th respectively. And in between them is getting a bit dark, isn't it? Has the sun gone in? Just coming out of turn 9 now, back onto the racing straight. That is your leader, Seb Lejeune. In front of him in the number 11, that was Jean-Francois Demort, just going through your picture. There's your leader. It's a lead of close to 45 seconds for Sébastien Lejeune. There'll be 1 more victory lap. That's car number 93, that is Marc Lopez. Gets a track limits warning. None of these really matter anymore. There are no races going on where there's any sort of change in order can take place. So it's a procession towards the finish line. Your leader will cross the start-finish and they'll do another 5.8 kilometres of the Paul Ricard circuit. And they will come home for a fantastic start to the season. We've had a Ligier leading the race. We've had a Renault leading the race. We've had a Vortex leading the race. But it will be, in the end, the Porsches that reign supreme, taking the top 5 spots. Consistency is key in endurance racing. And based on this episode, if you want to compete, get yourself a car that begins with a P. They have been phenomenal. It will not be the dream 1-2 finish for the Seb Lejeune team, because Guillaume Charpentier will bring home the Loca Racing Porsche for 2nd place, having only 7 pit stops, the lowest of anybody. 4 mandatory. Oh, a bit of a wide, let's be honest, for Seb Lejeune. Let's keep things on track, Seb. Nothing silly now. And into the final 4 corners. Keep it on the black stuff. Keep the 4 rubbers on the black stuff, Seb. He's already a winner this year in the 24-hour series. 1 left-hander, 1 right. And round number 1 of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, after 5 different leaders, will go to the Porsche of Seb Lejeune Racing. Anthony Vince set them off, Stefan Perrin in the middle, and Seb Lejeau brought them home. A phenomenal win. And they'll also pick up third place on the podium too, because Jean-Paul Dominici will bring home third. In between them, Julien Charpentier for Loca Racing. Porsche take the top 5 spots in round 1 at the Ultimate Cup, Kennol GT Endurance. We had a Ferrari, we had a Lamborghini leading, a Vortex leading, a Renault leading, a Ligier leading. But in the end, it is Seb Lejeau, in the Seb Lejeau, that brings it home. Confirmed in second place, Julien Charpentier, 45 seconds down from your leader. What a brilliant tactical performance by the Loca Racing team. One fewer pit stop than anybody else in the field. That car must have about 20 mil of fuel left in it. Jean-Paul Dominici will round out the podium alongside Felix Crepet and Laurent Roncaglia. Jean-Mathieu Leandri also in that team, forgive me, 4 drivers. Mercedes will win the Class 4, the AMG GT4. One of the 2 BMW Light Series cars. It should be Catalina Borghera that crosses the line in 12th overall and first in light category. 4th place, Benjamin Lessiens for RR Racing Activity, headed off by Daniel Wojcinski. Also, Regis Rigo de Sebes taking a stint. In 5th place, the 94, the Chazelle Technology team of Luca Sugliano, Alain Iacchino and Stefan Lipp. Rounding out your top 10, the number 25, Schumacher GP. That started so well for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but fell near to the bottom of the pack and clawed their way back to points in 6th place. Olivier Pla, the only platinum driver in the field, did all he could, lapping fastest for the last hour of that race. Brings the Ligier of Car M Racing Team into 7th. Car number 11 in 8th, the Racing Technology Porsche 992. 9th is the 93 of Chazelle Technology. 2 cars in the top 10 for them. And finally, car number 20, after a heck of a day for Team Vortex. They have occupied every single position in the entire grid at some point today. They finish their best at 10th. Dominic Gillemet, Philippe Borel and Maxim Aronov. Every other car taking half a bonus point if you finish the race. A few of them didn't. Disappointing day for the Renaults after great qualifying. And not a great day for the Vortexes. They'll come back stronger in round number 2. And celebrations for Team Seb Lejeau. And worthy too. What a day they've had. And there is Seb. Anthony Vince we spoke to earlier. Stefan Perrin, also the silver driver in their team. The dream team at Paul Ricard.
C'est bon. 1, 2, 1, 2. C'est bon, ça passe.
Hopefully, we'll get our roving reporter down there to go have a chat with our
Anthony, just a few words about this perfect race, we can say. We talked to you a few hours ago and you said you have to manage the end of the race, and I guess the end of the race was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit close. We had some radio problems and we needed to stay within our refuel window. But we changed our radio quickly and we got the message to Seb and he came in, and so that was a little bit of excitement towards the end. But no, perfect weekend, pole position, the win. bit more than we expected. So yeah, great.
Okay, thanks a lot. Enjoy for sure the podium ceremony. And the other driver with Seb Lajou and Anthony Vines. I guess the first race of the season, first victory, it's a perfect start for you.
Yes, we are very happy with this result. Last year we have a big crash with Sébastien, and to come back in Ultimate Cup here is a pleasure to win the Porsche category, and it's our first victory in overall in Ultimate. It's a little bit amazing, and we do a clean race. Not the faster that like we hope. We have some difficulty with managing the tire on our two first stint with too higher pressure on tires, but we managed our race, and the final result was amazing. Yeah.
Hey, you seem not very happy. You have no smile on your face.
Well, it's a little bit business as usual. We know, we work hard for to have this result. That's the reason why it's not a normal way. Okay, but we are very happy.
Okay, you will enjoy on the podium for sure. Yes, for sure. Seb, few words. You okay? Ah, ok. Seb, on va le faire en français puis on traduira après. Seb. C'est ce qu'on disait avec vos coéquipiers, première course, première victoire. Comment ça s'est passé dans les derniers tours sur la piste? C'était confortable ou on reste quand même aux aguets sur le moindre bruit?
Non, on reste aux aguets, on essaye de rester sur la piste au maximum et de ne pas faire d'erreur. Il faut juste savoir le gap qu'on a avec les autres derrière. Je ne savais pas ce qu'on jouait du tout, donc je faisais ma course au maximum de ce que je peux faire, sans prendre trop de risques. Pour les track limits surtout. Et la gomme en dehors de la piste, il commençait à en avoir beaucoup. Mais sinon, c'était bien. Un peu chaud.
Bon, satisfait quand même.
Totalement.
Bon, c'était parfait.
On est content d'avoir fait la course, moi, Stéphane et Anto, parce qu'on voulait vraiment faire cette course 3 amateurs pour faire vraiment une course entre nous.
Parfait, ben on va se retrouver sur le podium en tout cas et bravo pour cette première victoire. Donc je ne sais pas si vous voulez traduire ou si je le fais, c'est comme vous voulez. Mainly, Seb Lajou explained that he was very busy at the end of the stint of the race because he was waiting for every single noise or something like that, and he was very tricky and focused on his driving regarding the track limits and the rubber be on the side of the track, on the edge of the track. So he was very focused for his driving line, and he's very happy for sure, and he will celebrate with his teammate Anthony and Stéphane for this first victory. He was quite surprised, but he was a little bit struggling, as already Stéphane explained to us at the beginning of the race, but at the end it's a victory and a perfect race for number 888.
Well, absolutely brilliant to speak to all three of the drivers from the winning team. What I took from that was the surprise where they nearly missed their refueling window. So that would have been an interesting end if that had been missed, and with the communication difficulties too. So to get that car in, and then Seb worrying about every single noise that he heard in the last few laps, you know, waiting for something to go wrong, a crunch here or a scratch there. But everything turned out okay in the end. Well, what a race we've just had. From the beginning, the opening few laps, where we thought we'd had in our sights, you know, a fight between a Ligier, a Renault, a Super Trofeo, and a vortex, and then in the end it became kind of none of that. All four of those cars led at one point. Then for one reason or another, each one fell back down during the pack. It was the Porsches that came through in the end. The Renault, whilst it was on the track and going, it was utterly phenomenal. Lumenier sent that. He still got the fastest lap of the entire race. He said that on the opening couple of laps 4 hours ago. Other names to note. Of course, the Craft Racing on the front row didn't actually make it to the front of the grid. If we're going right back to the very start, on the front row was the Ligier JS2 of M Racing, who eventually would finish right down the pack in 15th position. They were the last of the cars to finish, of all those that made it round to the very, very end, after leading at around, they're still leading about the halfway stage, but some unfortunate pit stops, some issues, pushed them right down. A little bit like the Super Trofeo as well. Initially, one of those top 3-4 cars we watched for the first 45 minutes, pushing all the way. They had some troubles, a little bit of smoke coming out, time in the garages. They would fall down to 12th place, climb all the way back admirably to finish in 6th. The Maloba pair and Boulay working wonders in that stages. If that works in round 2 at Magny-Cours, that could be a completely different story. Same for the Vortexes. At one point, after an hour and a half, all 3 Vortex cars were in the top 9, and then, well, the wheels came off. Not quite literally, but nearly, and only one car finishing inside the top 10. The brothers, the Gomez brothers, led the race for about 20 laps, and they were even 3 minutes ahead, but then had about a 45-minute pit stop. It all went wrong, unfortunately. And then, latter stages of the race, the last hour and a half, it was all about the Porsches. Loads up there. Top 5 in the end, all Porsches. The 2 Seb Lejeau cars, the 888 and the 920, would finish in the top 3, rounding out Seb Lejeau, Anthony Vince and Stefan Perrin. Just heard from them. Fantastic work from all 3 throughout the race. Really, really impressed with the 82. The main reason being not just the drivers, Anthony Plessis and Clément Charpentier, but the fact that they managed to get away with only 3 refueling stops, which is remarkable. They were the only team of all 18 starters and even the 15 finishers to go as low as 7 stops. So congratulations to those guys, and quite rightly so, a 2nd place on the podium. One more stop, they would have been down in 3rd. It's a Seb Lejeau 1 and 3, 2 teams, 6 members on the podium, because the Seb Lejeau Racing 920 car of Laurent Roncaglia, Felix Crepet, Jean-Paul Dominici, and Jean-Mathieu Leandri rounded out almost the perfect day for the Seb Lejeau team. Also in the top 5, Rigo de Sebes, Wachinski and Lesenes in the number 17 are racing by Racetivity. They also spent time in the top 2. And finally, the top 5, the 94 Chazelle Technology. They had 2 great teams today. It was Sugliano, Giacono and Lip, who will go home with some pretty good points scored, 5th overall today. Top 5 cars, all Porsches. Let's not forget the Mercedes, the only GT4 car on grid today. So a class winner technically, overall finish 11th place, just outside a full point. Half points for everybody that finishes outside the top 10, a bonus point for reliability. And then the 2 BMWs, eventually just 16 seconds apart. Fevre and Boguera in the 58 and Boguera and Tobar in the 61. So top 2 spots, naturally, the only 2 in the light class in round number 1 of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. Shortly, we will have our podium presentation. And we'll look forward to doing that. We'll go through the full list of results as well for you. There were some skids, there were some twists, there were some turns. There was only, 1 minute maybe of full course yellows, which is, for a 4-hour race, very impressive. Last night in the prototypes, we had about 35 minutes of full course yellows. and a red flag to close. But at the end of the day, it will be the 888 that goes home with the glory. Perrin, Vince and Ligier taking the crown. And up next, our podium presentation. The next round of competition will be at Magny-Cours on the 28th to the 31st of May. And that is where the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend, will have their first of 2 6-hour races. It's a 6-round series, 2 6-hour races for 4 hours. The other will be at Navarra, 6-hour race in the middle of October. And the series concludes in Portimao at the end of November. And this has been our final race of the weekend at Paul Ricard. Started on Thursday with some private practice sessions. All kicked off on Friday, where we had the Hoosier Formula Cup and the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, their first races, along with a fair bit of qualifying. Yesterday, but Legends also joined us, as well as TCR Spain. More races for the Hoosiers. The big race yesterday, the Endurance Prototype Cup 6-hour race, their first of 2 this season as well. And that was a fairly dramatic end, ending under red flag conditions. Much more straightforward for the Kennol GT today. Just a couple of short-lived yellows, and even the cars that left the track for any reason, they did so by parking up safely. It was pretty much driver perfection, even when things did go wrong, and some great mechanical work to get cars that we thought had seen the end of their day, such as the Renault, the Lamborghini, and one of the Vortexes. They were all in the garage for a considerable time, but all appeared again. Went out for some practice and some testing, and they will be looking to come back stronger, because in qualifying, the first 5 cars, obviously just 1 lap straight speed, all category 1, not a single Porsche in the top 5, but at the end of the race, top 5, all Porsche. What a turnaround. Looks like we're getting closer to our presentation. See plenty of bodies just to the left-hand side. Driver suits as well, and caps, sponsor caps. Make sure you get the logo in. Just having a quick look at last year's overall rankings whilst we've got maybe a couple of minutes to burn before our presentation. And last year, after their such successful consistency, the Vortex team, second overall in the Scratch Championship, which put them second overall in the category 1 as well. In fact, last year, the top 4, let's have a double check, 1, 2, 3, top 3 teams were all category 1 vehicles, not a single Porsche in the top 3.
Okay, come on, guys.
So, turn out for the books. It's only round 1, there's 6 rounds, only round 1, so let's not get carried away.
Class category.
But looking very good. Okay, we're zooming in. The podium, moments away.
Spot and first step of the podium, we're going to ask to Philippe Febvre and Catalina Burguera to join the BMW number 2 and the number of this BMW, this victory number
second place, that
58.
is
And for the prize
Plessis
giving
and
ceremony,
Charpentier.
we're gonna
They've come
ask
out
to,
before third.
Remy
Oh, that
from,
just threw me
Goodyear,
slightly. Hang on, where have we not got third
support for
place?
this race to give the trophy
Oh,
to
this is category.
Pablo
Ignore me, this is
Burguera and
category.
Miguel Tobar. Here it is. And the trophy for Philippe Fèvre and Catalina Burguera.
So that will be,
And,
yeah,
we're
the
gonna have
lights
an
cars,
extra
so the
trophy, a
BMWs,
trophy E2P from Academy
which
Copa
were, just to
Racer
remind
for the
myself quickly,
winning team.
of, so on the top
for
step there, the 58
this,
E2P Racing, Catalina Burgess,
Spanish
Castien,
victory, we're gonna
and
have the
Philippe
Spanish
Fèvre.
anthem.
And they are both from the E2P Racing team, the 61 as well in second position, Miguel Tobar and Pablo Burguera. So that was, in the end, separated by just 16 seconds. The light cars. And both of them finishing, which is better than a few of our teams managed today. So congratulations to E2P Racing.
Here it is,
I wonder if they
Spanish anthem
manufactured
for
that
this,
being so
victory
close,
from,
just for
car
our
number
entertainment.
58
I don't think so.
with Philippe Fèvre and Catalina Burguera.
You also see a presentation.
Time
Oh,
to
there
celebrate
comes
for
the
sure.
champagne.
And Pablo Burguera and Miguel
Thought
Tobar.
we'd just missed
second
that for a
position.
second.
Congratulations,
Congratulations
guys.
all
See you for
involved.
the next round in Magny-Cours.
Should see a presentation
EDP,
for
BMW.
the Porsches.
Voilà. Victoire,
And the
donc, dans
Porsche
cette
Cup will
catégorie
be
pour
an
Philippe Fèvre et
exact
Catalina
repeat
Burguera.
of the Scratch
Pour la
Cup as well.
BMW numéro
Get the
58,
UCS
en deuxième
one,
position, Miguel Tobar et Pablo Burguera
which
sur
will
la
be a
numéro
win
61.
for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Schumacher GP. Second place will be the Ligier of Pla, Mellard and Calandini, and the Vortex of Bruel, Gillemet and Aronov.
Allez, on va enchaîner avec la catégorie suivante, avec la catégorie UCS 4.
We might also see a presentation for the Mercedes, which was the only class
cette
4.
nouvelle catégorie. Donc, so we're going to go to the next
There's 3
podium
bottles on the
ceremony
podium.
for the UCS
So let's
4.
wait and
And
see.
for this class, the victory goes through Simon Escalier et Anthony Le Goff. Simon Escalier, Anthony Le Goff pour le team Blue Arbor by Serra. Voilà, le tandem français, donc Simon Escalier et Anthony Le Goff qui s'imposent dans cette catégorie UCS 4 pour le compte du team Blue Arbor by Serra.
The Group 1, the Group 4, and then the Scratch. This must be the Mercedes AMG GT40.
Voilà, applaudissements donc
pour Simon Escalier and Anthony Le Goff, a double silver pairing.
De cette victoire tricolore.
The only Group 4 in round 1. Hopefully we'll see a few more as we go through the 6-round series. And it might seem easy, but you still got to cross the line.
Voilà la Marseillaise donc pour célébrer cette victoire tricolore dans cette catégorie UCS 4. Bravo messieurs. Congratulations guys. See you at the next round in Magny-Cours. Dans 2-3 semaines, je crois, 3 semaines. Bravo en tout cas. Et félicitations pour cette performance au volant de cette Mercedes AMG GT4.
So we've seen the light presentation. We've seen the Group 4 presentation.
Ceremony, and we're going to go to the Porsche Cup podium ceremony. And
now there's plenty more alcohol on stage, so let me work this one out. I think this is going to be the Porsche presentation. 4 drivers in their team.
For the third spot of the podium, we are pleased to welcome number 82 cars, Guillaume Charpentier and Anthony Plessis. on the second spot of the podium. So there is a 4-driver squad. Laurent Roncaglia, Jean-Paul Dominici, Jean-Mathieu Léandri, Félix Crépé on board the Porsche 920. Here they are. Round of applause for these 4 guys. Perfect race.
Forgive me, I have no sound, and
second spot of
I'm
the
trying to work
podium.
out which presentation
and
this
the
is.
winner of this Porsche Cup
So that's
category,
4 drivers coming up in
888,
second
with
place.
Sébastien Lajoux, Anthony Vince et Stéphane Perrin. Applaudissements donc pour les vainqueurs. Et encore une fois,
Well, that's on the wrong step, because the only team that had 4 drivers was the 920 of
première épreuve de la saison 2026.
I think that they are on the wrong steps of the podium.
Voilà,
on top, though,
Rémi,
the Seb Lajoux team,
la marque
no doubt
Goodyear,
about that,
partenaire
of Stéphane Perrin, Anthony Vince, and Seb Lajoux, silver, bronze drivers, and the Triple Elite
round
team.
of applause for Sébastien Lajoux, Anthony Vince et Stéphane Perrin. Et en l'honneur de cette victoire française, and to celebrate
And I
this
think on the
French
left,
victory,
that's
the national
Laurent
anthem of
Concaglia,
France.
Félix Crépé, Jean-Paul Dominici, and Jean-Mathieu Léandri. And on the right, I believe that is Anthony Plessis and Callum Charpentier. Because regardless of whether this is the Porsche or whether it's
Voilà la
the
Marseillaise
scratch
pour célébrer
overall,
cette victoire
it'll be the same
tricolore.
trio for
Round
both.
of applause for Sébastien Lajoux, Anthony Vince et Stéphane Perrin. Attention. It's
And,
time to celebrate,
wow,
but
4, 5,
not too
9
much.
bottles of champagne to spray for this podium. Oh, they're running around like children.
Avait gardé de la
Come on,
réserve.
guys. I mean, it has been 4 hours.
Round
we'll
of
end them
applause,
off.
please, guys. Could you come back on the podium for the picture ceremony, please?
In a moment,
Could
I
you come
believe we'll
back
see
for
those
the
3 teams
picture?
out
There's
for the same
no
again,
trap,
for the
no.
overall.
Ah, en français, c'est bon, alors. Donc, est-ce que vous
So
pouvez
double
revenir sur le
wins for
podium
all
pour la
3
photo, s'il vous
teams.
plaît?
What a weekend.
Seb Lajoux, merci pour
I don't think
vos
anyone
amis
would have
photographes.
predicted the
Une
top
dernière
3
photo. Merci bien.
After the first 30 minutes.
On attend.
And it's going to be, the same 3 again, so correct. I just don't know why.
Okay, so
The
can we go
920
for
is stood
the
on
last
the number
picture,
2
please?
step. There's
Because we
something
still
I'm not
have another podium to make and to
told.
celebrate. Thank you very much, guys. Could you
It doesn't
please,
matter, they'll get their
be
prizes.
close as possible?
What matters is on top,
This,
again,
podium. I
Stéphane
remind you
Perrin,
that
Anthony
is,
Vince,
Porsche Cup,
and Sébastien
podium, but
Loeb
also the
and the
scratch
Seb
podium
Lajoux
for
racing
this first
team
race of
in
this
their
season.
Porsche 992 888 car.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Well done
See
indeed.
you at Manicourt for the next
It's been a
round of the
fantastic
season.
day, fantastic weekend
Congratulations
at Paul
to all of
Ricard.
you. Voilà, on se retrouve
And it all led
à
up in the
Manicourt
end to the
pour
Kennol GT Endurance
la deuxième
round
épreuve, et ça
1
continue.
race. There they go
Voilà,
again.
les orages sont très localisés en cette fin de journée ici sur le circuit Paul Ricard.
That's almost as fast as they drive.
On va juste prendre un petit peu ses distances. Voilà. Allez, on va passer au dernier podium de cette
Have we got
course.
one more? I think we should have.
Et on
Yeah,
va
the
donc
group
célébrer
1.
la catégorie UCS
believe.
1. So the last podium will be
I would have thought that would have been a precursor
UCS1
to the final
class.
presentation.
And at the third place of the podium,
So I think this will now be,
team number
and
20,
I'll be honest,
the
a bit of
Vortex
guessing here. I think this is going to be the
Aponov,
Group
Maxime
1
Aponov, Dominique Guillemet,
overall,
et Philippe Bunel
which would put
de
the
venir nous
Lamborghini
rejoindre,
Super Trofeo
join, us
Schumacher
on the
GP
podium.
team on the top step with Bruno
Congratulations,
Malherbe,
guys.
Fabio
Was
Malherbe
not an
and
easy
Leo
race, but
Boulet.
at the end, you are on the podium. Voilà, course un peu compliquée,
In
mais à la fin,
second,
ils sont sur le podium. En deuxième position, on
will be
second
the
spot of the podium,
Ligier team
number
of
36,
Pierre-Olivier
for the M Racing
Calandini,
team. Pierre-Olivier
Julien Mellard
Calandini,
and Olivier
Guillaume
Plat.
Maillard et Olivier Plat. They gave everything at the end of the race, but it was
So on step
almost
3,
too late.
that
but,
is
a strong
through the
race for
Vortex
this,
team
new
in
car
the number
from
20,
the M Racing
and they
team
started
with the Ligier car. And on the top spot
on the last
of this,
row of the
category,
grid.
on
They
the
started
podium,
this
we will have
race
to Bruno
in the
Malherba,
20.
Fabio Malherba, and
Maxime
Léo Boully to
Aronov,
join
Dominic Gillemet,
the
and Philippe Borel.
team for the
In
Schumacher
second,
GP.
let's do it in the right
board
reverse
the
order.
Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2,
The Ligier
car
team
number
on 36,
25,
M Racing
Rémi,
car, Pierre-Olivier Calentini,
Goodyear
Julien
will
Millard,
give all
and
the
Olivier Plat.
prize and all the trophy
And then
to,
on the top
the
step
winning team.
should be,
Remind the
yes,
name, Bruno
the
Malherba, Fabio Malherba,
Lamborghini
Léo
Super
Boulay,
Trofeo
winning
team of Schumacher
this,
GP,
UCS one
Bruno Malherba,
category.
Fabio
And for the
Malherba,
French,
and Léo
victory,
Boulay.
we heard to the French national anthem.
And I will anticipate again some sprinting around the podium stage with bottles of bubbly filling the air and maybe some racing suits too. Who can run the fastest? Who's your money on to run the fastest around that stage out of that lot?
Cette victoire du team Schumacher pour cette dernière catégorie UCS 1.
Who's going to give it a
Bravo
tap on the
messieurs,
floor?
on essaye de se rapprocher pour
No,
la
he's
photo
off.
avant que les bouteilles et les bouchons ne sautent. Please, could you join on the
Always come back.
podium to... voilà, vous êtes... c'est bon? Voilà, tout le monde a compris, c'est parfait. On
That's
lève
it,
les
a nice
trophées.
professional
Voilà,
photo.
on
There
lève le
we
point.
go. Let's do
Parfait
it properly.
pour cette dernière catégorie UCS 1, donc qui a vu la victoire de Bruno Malherba,
They are
Fabio
nice looking
Malherba
trophies too.
et Léo
I
Boulay
do
pour le
appreciate
compte du team
a
Schumacher
good
GP.
trophy.
À
Oh,
bord
some are
de
running
la
away. Is
Lamborghini
there going to be the
numéro
party like the previous two?
25.
No.
Voilà,
Oh,
bravo
they're
messieurs,
very sensible,
bravo
aren't
à
they?
toutes les équipes engagées. On se retrouve d'ici 3 semaines environ du côté de Nevers-Manicourt.
It just takes one to kick it off.
Pour le deuxième rendez-vous de la saison. Merci à toutes et à tous. Merci à l'ensemble des équipes pour leur
I believe
engagement,
that
leur
will
participation.
conclude our
Bon
presentation
retour, soyez prudents sur la
ceremonies.
route. Et on se retrouve comme
Podiums all sorted for reign number 1 of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup at Paul Ricard in the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. Thank you so much for being with us. And we go again at Magny-Cours in 4 weeks' time.
In Magny-Cours.
So we look forward to seeing you then. 28th to the 31st of May. Do not miss it. Round 2 of 6 in this series. It's all set to come very soon. We will see you. Have a great end to your weekend. Look forward to catching up at trackside very soon.